Well, good morning. Fancy meeting all of you here. I hope you are having a beautiful Thursday and thank you so much for tuning in to Escape to Nature and spending your time with us. My name is Lisa. I'm your waterhole naturalist for the day, keeping an eye on Okukoyo as well as Gowrie Dam in Djuma, and looking forward to what we might see today. As you can see, we are starting with some zebra, a couple of Abdom storks, and one lone wildebeest making his way to the water. But hopefully we'll see a lot today at the waterholes. I really am looking forward to it. And of course, as always, as we are watching this is live, and of course this is technically a safari, so it is definitely interactive, so please do send through your questions, your comments, suggestions. Let me know what you would like to look for today or discuss today. I would definitely love hearing from you. And as always, if you are watching on the app or the website, please just remember to register and then you can send us your questions. And if you are keeping an eye on some of our other shows on YouTube, you can just subscribe and we will keep you in the loop as to what you might be missing out on. But please do send through your questions and your comments today. I really am looking forward to spending this beautiful day with all of you. Ray J, good morning. Always so lovely hearing from you, and of course from the rest of you as well. Good morning. I really am very excited for today. I am holding my breath for some elephants today, whether it's here or at Gowrie Dam, or of course some of our other locations as well, which will hopefully be joining us today. But let's be honest, how wonderful would it not be if the elephants come for a sip or a swim? Either here at Okukoyo or at Gowrie Dam, I really won't be picky. But we are grateful for absolutely anything and everything we see. And let me know what you would like to look for today. We have not had predators at this waterhole in a really long time, to my knowledge, of course. I don't always 24/7 have my eyes on the waterhole. But we will definitely see. Fairly quiet today. Seems like it's going to be nice and sunny, so hopefully that will encourage the animals to come and cool down. But honestly, by the day, this water level is just dropping and dropping and dropping. And as I say, it's fine when the animals are just drinking water, but our zebras, our oryxes, the springbok, they really go into the water. And of course, having a furry coat that soaks up some of the water as well. So I think we should put water restrictions for them. No, of course we won't do that. Got very excited there for a moment. I thought it was a jackal looking from far away, but it is just a springbok off to our right by itself. Not very clever. You need to find friends, my friend. Molly, good morning. You are saying the landscape almost completely changes when the Abdoms arrive. It really does. I mean, hopefully we'll get to see that today as well as we have been for the past few weeks. where that massive flock of them actually arrive and they literally just stand around the waterhole and be weird. It really is one of the strangest things. But yes, no, they definitely change everything. But of course, you know, the lack of rainfall has also changed everything. There's literally no more greenery left anymore. Here and there we'll see the wildebeest and the springbok really taking advantage of the little bit of patches that's left. But in terms of actual nutrition in the vegetation, I don't think there's a lot. However, this is Okokoyo, and this is in fact the largest salt lake in Africa. So there is still a lot of minerals and nutrients left for the animals in terms of the water, in terms of the rocks. But of course, as we know, they need a good balance between everything, and hopefully we'll get some rain. But I'm getting very worried about the levels. But as I said, it's a nice, open, clear day here in Okokoyo. Hopefully it'll look the same in our other locations, but let's take a look at the weather forecast. Alrighty, well, I think we can work with that. But again, as I always say, you never know when it comes to weather. You can expect one thing and then something completely different changes. I actually heard on the news today that I know the other day we spoke a lot about weather and climate change, and I also spoke a little bit about El Nino. I apologize if I mispronounced that. But they mentioned that on the news this morning as well, and they said it's expected worldwide from June, if I'm not mistaken, to August. So in total, about 2 or 3 months of that we can expect. And again, you know, that is rapid change in weather and temperatures. El Nino is, of course, when there's sort of warm clouds of weather hanging around constantly. And again, I personally believe that that is due to to climate change. But again, that's a sensitive topic. I know not everyone believes in that. But we'll have to see. But I definitely think it is changing. We've been seeing a lot of that in Djuma, specifically with the rain, sunshine, all in one safari. But here in Okokoyo, it seems to be nice, fair and open, and hopefully, as I say, that will push the animals towards us and we'll get to see a lot of different animals and interactions and all of that. Good morning, wildebeest. Nice of you to join us. Alrighty, I think I quickly want to take us over to Djuma just to see if that insect is actually going to hang around for us. Now, as always, we've got some amazing zoomies helping us out on the Djuma Dam Cam. I cannot take credit for this insect at all. Karen found it. However, I need your help with identifying this creature. I have no idea what this is. I don't even remotely have a guess. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Look at those legs. It is phenomenally long. I will definitely shoot Taylor a message and hear if she's got any questions or any suggestions, I should say. Hopefully she too has questions in terms of what it is. But if you've got any guesses, let me know. But what a beautiful little thing. No. But I do apologize for the black thing that you're also seeing in screen. It is not a snake. It is, of course, our cables that allows us to actually operate this awesome dam cam at Gowrie Dam. So I do apologize for that. We just want to see if we can actually keep up with this insect. Come on, camera, work with us. What is that? Oh my goodness. See, I don't know if that's a if that's a display or if it's actually the wind being very, very vicious right now. It is very windy in Djuma, as I'm sure you saw on Sunrise Safari. But I will definitely have to ask Taylor about this bug. But again, if you know or if you have any guesses as to what this might be, please do let me know. Actually just want to check if I can find out for myself. Just give me a second or two. Oliver, you are saying that your guess is that this is an insect you don't want flying into your face. Fair enough. I can definitely agree with that. And the thing is, I don't know, if it's dangerous, if it's not dangerous. As I said, I'm quickly trying to find out if we can more or less establish what it is. But we'll definitely try our best. But yes, it would be rather scary if that thing flies into your face, because what does that thing at the end of the body do? Is it dangerous? Is it there for protection? Is it there as a mating display?
Can you imagine a world without the magic of nature? Without iconic animals like the Big Five? Well, we can't. For 50 years, we have been dedicated to protecting your future and theirs. Help the Endangered Wildlife Trust to protect forever together. Your small change can make a big difference. SMS now to donate and tune in to Mix FM to win exciting prizes.
You silly creature. Again, I apologize for the cable. This is just the cable that allows us to actually use this wonderful technology. But I think for now, whilst this Jojo is deciding what it wants to do with its life, we will have a look-see around and see if anything else is happening at Gowrie Dam. I know Tlalamba was not far from here, so you never know. Maybe she's still around. If that would be wonderful. I can't really recall when last we had a leopard here at Gowrie Dam. I think it was Marips that was with Cedric, if I'm not mistaken. But that will definitely be one for the books. And as I said, it is windy today in Djuma, so you never know. The predators might be on the prowl. They might be moving around. We'll need a parachute today in Djuma, it seems. And it really is so incredible when you compare the different locations. I know some of the the viewers commented the other day on Tess that was in Amakala, where she was, it was sunny, and then in the rest of all of our locations it was pouring down with rain. But that really just goes to show, you know, even if you're a little bit more north of a certain location, I've seen it myself on one private game reserve where I was literally 10 minutes away from a colleague on safari, and I'd called him and said, listen, we have to go back to the lodge. Liesel, the game warden, had actually closed the reserve for safaris because it became very, very dangerous in terms of lightning and thunder and everything. And my colleague Ruan actually laughed at me and he said, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's sunshine and beautiful where I am. But needless to say, 10 minutes later he did pull into the lodge and he said, yes, all right. The thunder and the lightning has finally caught up with us. But as you can see, it's super windy. It's almost gloomy here in Djuma. And then, of course, in Okukoyo is wonderful and sunny. But you never know. You never know what that might mean in terms of animal movement, their behavior. Good morning, birdies. I just love the blacksmith lapwings. They've got to be one of my favorite birds. Very noisy. And lapwings in particular, you know, on golf courses in Southern Africa, I know people get harassed a lot because they do unfortunately lie their eggs on the ground. And I'm sure many of you have seen and heard when anything has eggs or little ones on the ground, the parents become or go ballistic. Alrighty, we will continue to monitor the beautiful Gowrie Dam, see if anything comes around. Hopefully that beautiful rosetted cat is not too far away and decides to come for a drink. And of course I'll try to get a precise ID on the hoho, or the bug, the insect that we saw. But I think for now, let us go back to Okukoyo and see what animals comes around. Ooh, what is that? We've got an elephant! Never mind. We don't need Okukoyo. You see, that's what happens on safari. Day made. Thank you, Mother Nature, for listening. Oh, that really just shows you, eh? You think nothing is happening, nothing is around. Karen has actually been monitoring the dam cam, I think, for a good 20 minutes now. And of course, keeping an eye on everything. And then when you look around, poof! The world's largest land mammal. Oh, and just look at your tusks. You are beautiful. Don, you would like to know if an elephant's by itself, is it most likely a male? Spot on, yes, for the most part. Remember, animals do whatever they like and whatever influences them. But yes, for the most part, that would be a male. This is in fact a bull. When he was a little bit angled to the right, we could actually see the penile sheath. And then also the skull is a good indication. You can actually see the indents just above the eyes. But yes, for the most part, your bulls would move alone. And then they might meet up with females that are in estrus. And then as they get older and older, they actually just sort of start to do their own thing, much like buffaloes. They might meet up with other bulls. We've got a lone bull in Okukoyo as well. Yay! You are going for a scuba dive. I love it. Oh, I haven't seen this in forever. An elephant taking a full-on swim. Oh, you are precious. Oh man, this is amazing. And this is something, that I've seen many, many, many times. The previous place I used to work with, the Jabulani herd, they used to go for a swim every single day, but every single time it's different. Specifically the big bull, Sabakwe, he actually used to move around a waterhole and look for logs at the bottom of the water, and then he'll sort of do his gym session with that, pick up with his tusks, throw it around with his trunk, and it really is impressive when you think about it, because obviously as soon as something gets into water, it gets much more dense and heavy, and the fact that that elephant could pick up an actual tree trunk and just throw it around like it was a pool noodle. Oh, beautiful. You are having the best time. Leopard lover, good morning. You are saying the best plan is no plan. The Ellie has definitely made my day, and I hope your day as well. How unexpected was this? Super, super incredible. It really is so amazing. This is the last thing I expected to see today, specifically this time of day. But again, that just shows you, never put animals in boxes and expect them to just move around at a certain time, or swim at a certain time, or drink at a certain time. And it's interesting, particularly the herd I used to work with as well. We would think often before taking the guests to see the elephant swim, if it was a windy day, we'd also always say, we don't know if they're going to swim. But I have to tell you, some of my best elephant in the water sightings have been either when it's super windy, super stormy, and are really very dangerous, but they seem to love it. Oh, you are beautiful. Ooh, creating your own little fountain. But as you can see, this is obviously to cool off. Just like humans, as soon as you get into a pool, it is much easier to do things that you wouldn't be able to do on land. I, for the life of me, cannot do a handstand on land. However, as soon as I'm in a pool, I can definitely do that with ease. And it's the same with elephants. I highly doubt that they ever do handstands. But as soon as they get into water, it's easier to move around. They become literal kids, as you can see. This is cooling off, but this is also fun time. And this is definitely when I argue in terms of animals not having emotion. When you look at this, you cannot tell me that elephant is not in its element right now. Oh no, are you done now with your little snorkel? No, so brief. And just look at how beautiful and white those tusks are. That used to be Sabakwe's favorite thing as well, when they actually would go into the water, and after he's had his gym session with the logs and everything, he would actually put mud on his tusks, and he really covered all of his tusks. And as soon as he's done, he'll sort of dip himself in the water again a couple of more times, and then he'll actually wipe his tusks again with his trunk. It was the most incredible thing to see. Literally like he was brushing his teeth. And again, I apologize about the wind. It's making things a little bit shaky, but we'll do our best to keep up with this beauty. Just amazing. I don't know if any of you are hearing this, or if it's just the wind that's messing with me. I hear a very faint vervet monkey alarm call. I just want to have a listen and see if it persists. Perhaps it's just the wind messing with me. Elise, good morning. So good to hear from you. You are saying that insect we had is a braconid wasp. I think you might be on the right track there. And to be honest with you, I also thought wasp, but then I thought, no, perhaps it's too long. But Taylor said she'll also give her input after Bereki. But very, very interesting. And of course, you know, the long thing that we saw on the end of the body, potentially an ovipositor. So I assume it's a female. But thank you for that, Elise. I will definitely look into that. And I assume you're right. I told you the other day when you sent me a message as well, IDing something for us, that you are always coming to the rescue with the IDs of the smaller critters. What are you doing? No, you are supposed to come this way. We want to appreciate you a little longer. No, of course, we can't be picky. That was brilliant. I don't know about any of you, but that definitely made my day. And that definitely was the last thing I expected to see so early on in Escape to Nature. A beautiful elephant bull taking an absolute pleasure in swimming, cooling off. I don't know what you need to cool off for, but I'm not an elephant. I wouldn't understand how you feel. I actually used to, my one friend's grandparents, if the grandmother ever said she's cold, then the grandfather would always say, it's not cold. And she would snap at him and she'll tell me, are you in my body? You don't know what I'm feeling. I can definitely relate with that. I'm one of the people that are generally cold when it's not really all that cold. Just look at that camouflage. I don't know if we'd see that, you know, if you are just browsing around, not really paying attention. Of course, if you're on a vehicle getting onto the dam wall, you might see him and most probably hear him. But this bull will just move on with the rest of his day. And interestingly enough, we tend to think it's always just the bulls that move by themselves. On the previous game reserve that I guided on, there was a wild elephant that it was a cow. And she always moved by herself. We have no idea why. It's just something she did. And every now and again, she'd sort of meet up with a group, but it's also not like she would consistently move with that group. And she just did her own thing, which is, of course, a very peculiar behavior for an elephant female. But that again just shows us that we must never think that animals will just do this or just behave in this manner or just adapt to this social structure. They will have various ways in which they interact, survive, move around. All right, elephant. If you are going to hide away from us, we will just have a look-see. See what else is happening here at the beautiful Gowrie Dam. And this really is such a stunning location. I encourage you, if you ever decide to come to Africa, to South Africa specifically, and you find yourself asking, where should I go? Personally, I would definitely recommend Greater Kruger, specifically if you are looking more for the big 5 animals. Of course, Djuma and Greater Kruger is known for leopards. But, then it gets difficult. I would honestly encourage you to go to Madikwe, Amakala for the landscapes and the diversity that you'll find there. Okukoya, of course, which is in Namibia. I'm not really making it much easier for you, am I? That was always my biggest challenge when I was working at Disney, when people would ask, okay, if we ever do get the chance to go to Africa, where do you recommend? Because at that particular, we were working at Animal Kingdom Lodge, and at that particular location, you have representatives from all over Africa and other places as well, but particularly Africa in that section. We had people from Uganda, from Botswana, from Zimbabwe, Namibia, and it really was, after interacting with my colleagues, it became more and more challenging to just sort of narrow it down to, no, go to this place or go to this place, because every single place has so much to offer. And I find that particularly in South Africa as well, we've got a very, very, very diverse country. Last night I was actually talking to my father, and he was he's a much older gentleman, so he's got a very, very old mindset, I want to say. He's still used to how things used to be done 40 years ago. And he was rather negative about some things that are happening in our country. And I said to him, you know what, Dad? At the end of the day, I hear you, and it's not always fun, but let's be honest, there's no country that has no problems. Nowhere in the world will you go to a country, for me personally, I find this, where you've literally got so many seasons in just one day, where you've got so much diversity in terms of the animals, in terms of the actual topography and landscapes. And it really is doable. South Africa is massive, but I mean, if you plan a good 2-week trip, you can see quite a few places. Jason, you are asking a very important question. What is the difference between a reserve and a national park? So a national park, and remember I'm now referring to particularly Southern Africa, National parks, for the most part, are owned by the government and somewhat funded by the government. Not fully, believe me. Unfortunately, it's not always the case where the government does everything in terms of finances for anti-poaching and protecting. Ooh, what is that bird? We'll get back to that birdie now. But in terms of national parks, the government, as I say, has the most reign. Where a reserve, particularly if it's a private game reserve, it is privately owned. Now, that could be by 1 owner, 3 owners, 7 owners, 30 owners. And they all have sort of like a board, and they all have a say in terms of what happens to the animal populations, what happens with the anti-poaching, and all of that. So, and again, I'm just talking about Southern Africa. I'm not too sure how it works in the rest of the world. But yes, and it's there really are pros and cons to everything. For me personally, I don't like national parks for the fact that you can have people just going on safari and doing their thing. But in terms of national parks, there really is being done a lot to create awareness. But then with your private game reserves, it becomes easier to target them because you do not have all that funding. As I say, some private game reserves are brilliantly funded, and they really have a lot of resources. Oh, I see this foam nest, tree frog nest has actually popped already, so the tadpoles must be inside. But yes, for me personally, as I say, national parks, also with poaching, it becomes much more dangerous because now you've got anyone that can go on safari and really do anything they want and just sort of go about their day. It's much bigger. If you look at Kruger and if you look at something like Sabi-Sand, there's a massive, massive size difference. So in terms of the national parks, it's much more difficult to actually patrol it on a daily basis because you're talking about 2 million acres for national park. And some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller. But it really does depend. All right, it seems like it's a bit quiet now, or calmer now, I should say, with our Ellie having left. We shall go back to Okukoyo and see what animals are hanging out there. And of course, this is a national park. This is the Etosha National Park in Namibia. This particular waterhole is called Ukukuyo. And from what my mom tells me and from what I've heard and read on reviews, this is a much more calmer and chilled national park in terms of people actually wanting to take some time and just watch the animals, do some birding, much like Kalahari as well. Whereas for me personally, I find something like Kruger, and again, Kruger is a brilliant national park. However, sometimes you might go there and there really are so many cars. The animals are not getting the space they need in a sighting because, of course, it's not like a private game reserve where you've got a qualified, certified field guide taking you out on safari. And knowing, okay, well, this animal is getting aggressive now, this animal is getting agitated with us now, let's move a bit away. There's no such thing. And sometimes it's people going on safari for the very first time. So, not always sure what they want to do, but sometimes it seems like they want to actually count the eyelashes on the elephants or count the lion's whiskers. And then when you do actually have an incident that an animal has no other choice but to attack a vehicle or to sort of be aggressive towards the vehicles, then people say, oh, it just came out of nowhere, we don't know what happened. No. That animal has told you, I promise you, several times that it is agitated, irritated, and not comfortable, and it has now resorted to the only option it has left.
World Wildlife Day, an opportunity to celebrate all the fauna and flora on our planet. This year's theme is Partners in Conservation. Wild Earth is hosting an event to celebrate the people who are making a difference. Join us on the 3rd of March as we invite some incredible guests on our live safaris and uplift one another in the effort to help our planet. Wild Earth, let's make it together.
You silly animal, of course you will stop making that sound now. We just had a beautiful example of what wildebeest sound like. Very interesting because we've got a breeding herd approaching, but we also had a bull by itself that was off to the left, and he sort of vocalized and then he met up with him. So not too sure if he woke up too early, got his coffee too early, and and now he has met up with the rest of them. But you can see there's some little ones. If kicking is the only defense mechanism that zebras have. No. So zebras, we see them very often, especially now with the zebras. It is rutting season, so a lot of them are fighting and being rather nasty to one another. So for the most part, they can kick, yes, particularly when it comes to predators. They'll use that sort of kick just to try and get rid of the predator, and I've actually seen that. It's quite horrible. We've had a sighting where a zebra was being chased by a lioness, and the zebra attempted a few times in kicking the lioness, and the last time it actually made contact, it dislocated her whole jaw because she was getting ready to pounce on it, and in that moment the zebra decided it's now or never. And as she came like mid-air, it connected with her face, unfortunately, and she dislocated her jaw. And that female lion actually died eventually because, you know, she could no longer chew or really do anything anymore, and she's starved of malnutrition. So it happens, they definitely can kick, yes, but zebras also have an extra set of teeth in their mouth, which is called a tusher, and it's a very, very sharp tooth that they have in their mouth. They've got 2 of them, and they'll actually bite each other as well. It's rather nasty when you see that. I've unfortunately seen that once as well. Well, fortunately and unfortunately. But where 2 stallions were also going at it, and eventually the one stallion just lost it, and he bit the other zebra, and you could actually see some, not flesh, but some of the skin coming loose. Oh, but just look at all of these babies. And as you can see, and as I'm sure many of you have seen during our safaris as well in Djuma, Madikwe, Amakala, particularly with these animals, the blue wildebeest, the babies, yes, you can tell it's a baby, but they have a much different appearance in terms of coloration to the adults. And that is because mostly during the day they will be active. And so when they are just resting while the adults are eating, they camouflage a little better. And then obviously as they grow older, their horns come in, and so does their coloration. Perhaps if you are one of those people that relates everything to Lion King, these are the animals that had that massive stampede when Mufasa unfortunately left us. The blue wildebeests. But there are a lot of people, tend to discredit them and sort of disregard them in terms of their intelligence. For me personally, I like them. I find them very fascinating to observe on safari. I've had a sighting where a pride of lions was actually chasing a herd of wildebeest, but the rest of the pride was sort of further back whilst the lioness was taking the lead. And this whole herd of wildebeest took off, and the one at the back it's like it forgot why it was running, and it stopped, and I thought, oh no. And what actually happened next was hilarious. The female lion stopped as well. Like, she was also saying like, whoa, what's happening? This is not in the script. Like, what are we doing? And then they both literally stood there for like a split second. And the wildebeest was like, oh yes, that's what's happening. Sorry, we can carry on. And sadly, they took off to a massive drainage line. So we have no idea what happened after that. We didn't hear any distress calling though, or any whining, I should say, as if though the lioness had actually got it. So hopefully it got away, and hopefully that tactic worked for it. But you can see the little bit of greenery that is left. They are just taking somewhat advantage of it. However, there is not much left. And these guys in particular are very picky with what they eat. They are called selective grazers, so they much rather prefer that fresh green grass. And it's astonishing to think that weeks ago it was where this one wildebeest is now walking, it was still fluffy and lush and green. I remember all of you saying, oh, we just want to go for a picnic there. Oof, what's happening? I think they are just feeling a little bit displaced. Most probably because of the visitors at camp just behind us. Probably some movement and noises that they are not generally used to. Oh, look at the baby zebra. Whoa! There's some of the kicking that you were asking about. And for those of you that don't know, the other day we actually had a rather traumatic moment with two stallions that were fighting in the water, and upon leaving the water, or bolting out of the water I should say, unfortunately the one slipped on a rock and it actually instantly broke its leg. I'm actually, to be honest with you, I'm very surprised that it doesn't happen more often. That these animals become so used to, navigating their way on these rocks, through these rocks. Even the babies, just look at that. They already know exactly how to run, where to go. Just beautiful. You can see some oryxes also joining, so it's really becoming quite the scenic mix. But speaking of which, I'm going to send you over to Nick.
Hey, good morning from Kariega Game Reserve. Well, it's another beautiful day here today. The sun is out, the animals are out, and we've got what promises to be an amazing day. My name is Nick, and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And just remember, this is your safari. If you do have any questions, any comments or anything like that, send them in. The more the merrier. And we've started the Escape to Nature session here at Kariega, off close to Scotia Dam in the background there. And as you can see, it is an absolutely cooker of a day. It is warm. The buffalo are in the mud wallow, a few animals lingering around the waterhole. I've already smacked on my second layer of sunscreen for the day. And we did have a beautiful sunrise if you were able to join us this morning for Sunrise Safari. We did have one or two small sort of wispy clouds in the sky on the horizon this morning. Those have since burnt off. And I think water is going to be the most precious commodity of the day. The mud wallows and water like Scotia Dam. You can see these buffalo have already plonked themselves firmly into that mud wallow there. They did a little bit of feeding this morning. They actually moved in almost like a complete circle. This morning I found them on the western side of Scotia Dam. So behind where they are now to the left hand side, on the other side of the dam itself. It looks like they rested up there overnight. And they kind of did a little bit of a loop. They did a bit of a 360. Heading down to some of the lower lying areas, some of the depressions where the longer grasses are growing from the water gathering there nicely. They got their nutrients in for the day, and now they've kind of headed towards these mud wallows, which is what you'd expect on such a hot day like this. So remember, covering themselves in mud is definitely going to help to cool themselves down on a hot day like this. That mud is going to act like a sunscreen barrier, and they'll combine that with a bit of sweating, and that is how they're going to keep themselves cool today. with temperatures like we've got now, it's really only a matter of time though, that little mud wallow where they are in right now, before that starts to dry up. So I feel like they're really taking advantage of all of the little bits and bobs of mud that they can. So remember, Kericho being down here in the Eastern Cape, we haven't had those massively heavy rainfall sort of over continuous days that a lot of areas over the Lowveld have got. You know, we've definitely been getting some good rain over the past sort of 2 weeks or so. You can see the whole of the surrounding area is looking beautifully lush and green. But it hasn't really been that torrential rainfall to fill up a lot of these mud wallows to full capacity. Largely it has softened a lot of the soil, and there has been a little
We'll get Nick back as soon as we can with his buffaloes and beautiful antelope. But as you can see, we've still got the zebras, and we've now also got a... Oh, what is... I know. Never mind. Got distracted by one of the logs in the background. Or excited, I should say. But you can see we've also now got some oryxes at the waterhole. And they really always are a treat to see. This is actually the national animal for the current country that we are in, Namibia. And what a beautiful animal it is. So the oryxes and the springbok are some of the flagship species that you will see in these sort of areas that are dry and arid and open. And particularly with these guys, they love coming into the water and actually cooling off. But with your oryxes in particular, they actually have a very special set of veins in their nasal area, which is called the carotid rete. And that helps them to sort of regulate the blood, to cool it off and regulate the actual body temperature, as well as to protect the brain and the head itself, so they do not overheat. But I don't think you can overheat when you are just chilling in the water, taking it easy, and of course hydrating. And interestingly enough, these guys, as well as the springbok, are not water dependent. And I know we wouldn't say that because we see them at the water holes so frequently, and of course drinking a lot of water as well. But I'm pretty sure that any of us would do the same. You don't know when the next time is going to be that you get to water, or that you will have a water resource that is actually filled up. So they definitely will take advantage if and when they can. With the initial start of that zebra calling, I thought, what bird is that? But it is not a bird, it is the zebras. And they really are very vocal. And that could be for various reasons. It could be to actually announce themselves. It could be the actual fighting, to sort of display that dominance. But I think it's also out of pain, to be honest with you. As I said, they do kick and bite each other, so you can imagine it's not a pleasant experience when that does happen. I'll probably never forget the day that we did see that one zebra getting severely injured, and the actual cry that he had. It literally sounds like one of those smaller dogs that's barking. Something I always wonder about is, of course we know that animals communicate with each other, different prides know which members they are talking to, or when someone does not belong to their pride, or same with elephant herds and harems. I wonder if the animals actually can distinguish between the different members. Of course there's certain scents and pheromones that they communicate with, but a zebra that knows that is my mom, if a mare was to get injured, let's say, would that foal know, okay, well, that is my mom just by listening to her voice or a call? And surely they must. And do they hear it like we do, the actual voice or the variation in tone? And I actually wonder how the banded monkeys are doing as well. I have not seen them in quite some time. And of course they move around this whole area. But it might be that they potentially have moved away a little bit. Of course they feed on various things. And just like any animal, they will move accordingly to their food and water resource, but you never know, they might just be out of view where we miss them. But wouldn't you agree that it's just so incredible that we get to watch these animals every single day without them realizing or knowing that we are here? Yes, there are visitors at the actual camp that they can hear. I always say we are watching this in real time, but those people are watching it in real life. But just incredible to think that wherever you find yourself, whether you are in South Africa, Namibia, on the other side of the world, we are watching this as it's happening right now. The springbok, the zebras, that one impala in the water. I think there's two. Yes, there are two. And just to get back to everyone in terms of our Djuma insect, it was in fact the braconid wasp. Thank you so much, Elise, for your suggestion, and to everyone else that sent through their suggestions. We really appreciate it. And yes, it was a lady. She had an ovipositor, which of course they used to lay their eggs, which was that long thing at the end of the body. And again, you know, that just goes to show we never know everything. I always say, I don't care if you've been in the bush for 5 years, 5 seconds, 50 years, 5 minutes. There's always something new to learn about. That definitely was a new one for me today. I can't recall that I've ever seen one. So thank you all for educating me. And that's what we do. We have all had different experiences, seen different things, heard different things. There really is not much grass left, Springboky, but you are being very, very resourceful right now. Sandra, you would like to know if I've got a favorite insect. So I will be the first to admit that I'm not as knowledgeable and experienced like Taylor, for instance, when it comes to the smaller things. But I enjoy all of them. I definitely love learning about them, and I know it's something I should definitely sharpen my knowledge on. But I enjoy butterflies and what they are able to do. You know, the fact that they don't need a lot of water because they get their moisture from, you know, if they feed off elephant dung and various things. But that being said, Sandra, I love photographing insects. I find it very fascinating, particularly dragonflies. I remember a couple of years ago we had an actual dragonfly, not enthusiast, he was actually qualified in that field. Expert, there's the word. And we literally spent 3 days going out to the various water holes and just to photograph all of this. And of course, you know, having seen the different species, all of them that might look so alike. And that also really opened my eyes to safari as well, you know, being able to specifically focus even more on the smaller things like we do often on the Wild Earth safaris as well. I know Lauren and Taylor particularly enjoy the bugs and the insects and everything. But in general, I enjoy butterflies. I think they are just incredible creatures. But really anything, dragonflies, particularly when they are, mid-air and they are busy mating. It's fascinating when you look at all of these creatures, and particularly that wasp now that we saw in Juma as well. For me personally, I did think perhaps a wasp, and then I thought, no. It's too long, it's too this, and insects really is a massive topic that you will never get tired or bored of learning or really done with ever learning. Because they discover insects on the daily, new species and subspecies. And that just goes to show, even us as naturalists, we can really learn something new every day. Because I sent the photo and Taylor did not ID it immediately, which again tells me. And of course, just like with birds and everything else in nature, it's always good to rather make sure first. But the fact that you guys knew instantly, oh, it must be this, or it might be this, that just goes to show. We are not here to just tell all of you every single day, this is this, or that is that, and this is why that happens. We are, of course, all interconnected. And not just with wildlife, really with anything in life. We can all learn from each other every single day. And this really is what Escape to Nature is all about. Just taking a few moments of silence as well, just to be able to sort of listen and look. Because I think often, when we are talking and there's a lot happening, that we don't actually get to focus on what is really happening. Now, Yolanda, you are asking about the separation in harems. Now, that can happen due to, and that's why I say, I like to, particularly now at Okokoyo, with the various rutting and everything, the dynamics that we see with the zebras, that can generally happen if, of course, as always, if there's a predator, animals can split up and they might struggle to actually find each other again. Or it might actually be fighting amongst themselves, like we saw the other day with the stallions. The one instantly broke its leg, and the incredible thing that you would instantly think that, okay, well, now that animal is vulnerable and it's going to be overpowered by the other animal. That was not at all the case. The stallion actually accompanied him out to the water, and the injured one stood on that open bare patch on the other side of the water, probably for a good hour or so. And eventually the harem the stallion herd had to move on. And I assume, they would have met up again. But it's the same with an actual harem where you've got one stallion and a couple of mares as well. It's all about dynamics. So mares can actually fight amongst themselves as well, because there's hierarchy in a harem of zebras. So the mares might fight. There might be a little bit dispute. But I have to say, for the most part, animals are particularly animals that could be victims to predators or fall prey to predators. For the most part, they sort of realize, okay, well, we sort of have to put our differences aside for now and stick together. But it really does depend on dynamics, circumstances, so many things that happen. But as I say, that can be one of the reasons, and of course, a predator in itself. If there's a lion hunting the zebras and they all split up, it might be that one of them or two of them could get lost. Just beautiful, and how beautifully blue is this water. No wonder they enjoy it so much. But I'm going to continue to watch them, and as always, I'll keep you updated with regards to Okokoyo as well as Djuma. From now, I'm going to send you back to Nick, who's in Kariga. Sorry about that. It seems we are struggling with Nick today and his signal. But remember, we are ultimately out in the wild. Well, I myself am virtually out in the wild with all of you. But the rest of our locations is literally in the bush. So it's a miracle in itself that we are able to do what we do. But we'll just perhaps have Nick reposition with those beautiful buffalo. Oh, just look at this foal, just in the middle of all of them. And this really is what animals will do when it comes to baby animals. You'll see the same with elephants, with buffaloes. They really make sure that they have the little ones and the vulnerable ones in the middle of the group so that they can actually protect them as much as they can, should they need to. Oi! Stop it! Go have your fight somewhere where we can't see an injury. Woo! Look who's coming in. I was wondering when you guys would start properly arriving. Now, these are not the pied crows that we can actually constantly hear calling that. Those are the crows, but these ones that just came in for landing are actually very silent birds, I found. These are the Abdon storks, and many of you are probably familiar with them. We have been seeing them for quite some time now. But for those of you that are not, very fascinating birds. And they sort of form massive flocks together in the morning. And then they'll all circulate an area, look for a waterhole that might be active or might look good for them, and then they just stick around for the whole day. It was rather interesting the other day, literally just at the end of Easter. Oof, no please guys. I know it's natural, it has to happen, but I'm not keen on witnessing another severe injury. But with regards to the storks, they are seasonal migrators and they follow the rain. So they'll sort of flock together in the mornings, and then, as I said, they'll circulate an area by using the thermals, much like vultures and a lot of birds of prey. And that way they conserve their energy, and then they'll sort of choose an area or waterhole where they want to stick around for the day. Darcy Miller, you are saying it's great to see them arriving. I know you've been looking forward to this. It really is phenomenal, and I actually want to give all of you an aerial view, if you'll just bear with me. But just look at that. How amazing is that? And again, this is hundreds and hundreds of birds that link up. But I always just wonder, do they have like a meeting at night and say, okay, Bob, Freddie, you guys are in charge of choosing the waterhole tomorrow? Or do they sort of now instinctively know, okay, well, they're coming to this waterhole. That is where they're navigating to as soon as they get active in the morning. And eventually they are going to have to leave again, even though we haven't been seeing a lot of rain as of late. As I said, they do follow the rain. They wait for insect outbreaks because they are insectivores. That is what they feed on. But when do they sort of draw the line and make the call of, okay, well, you know, obviously the rain is holding off for very, very long now. Let's carry on. Because you will see as we are observing them today, they don't do anything. Some of them will, you know, here and there move around a little bit and probe the soil. But for the most part, they literally just sit and be weird. There's a lot of preening and cleaning. There's also not a lot of drinking going on where they constantly and actively drink. It's the weirdest thing. And again, all of these other animals, the springbok, the zebras, the impalas, they know that these birds are not a threat to them. And it really is incredible. I mean, I've had sightings where the impalas in particular were quite wary of vultures, for instance. Now, how does that animal know that this is a bird of prey? This could potentially be dangerous to my harem, my group, myself, my lamb. But with these birds, as you can see, they are completely chilled out. Starbuck, good morning. I love how fascinated you are with these birds. You're always commenting on how weird they are. They really are. Starbuck, to be honest with you, I have no idea. From what I've been noticing in terms of observing them, they are always coming from the back of the camera. So I'm not too sure if I haven't seen that. I have actually looked when they do take off and they move away again. It's further back, but I can't tell you where exactly they go. Obviously at night, as I said, it's different flocks, you know, they'll all form one big flock, and of course you can't imagine all of these birds sleeping in one tree at night. Nothing's impossible, but like your quillias, for instance, they are much bigger than quillias. So where quillias can literally be 1,000 in one tree, it's a little bit difficult for these guys. So I'm sure you've seen with egrets and the ibises, when they do go to perch in trees, they'll actually sort of spread out in different trees, much like your vultures as well. A lot of people tend to think that vultures will all just be in one tree and that's where the kill is. That is not at all the case. All of these birds have to rest and conserve their energy at night, so they'll sort of split up, sleep in trees, and then in the morning, again, I have no idea who's the decision maker, but then they all decide, all right, we're taking off now. And I guess it really is probably much like vulture movement as well. As soon as you see one going down, the rest will all start going down. However, it's not the same purpose as vultures. These guys are not following rotten meat or carcasses or kills or anything like that. They just follow water. Terence, you would like to know if all storks fly as high as these guys do. I guess it would depend. But these guys in particular, they use thermals. So of course, you know, going up, they get into those thermals and they literally can just soar around and save their energy as much as they can. But I would think so. However, something like a marabou stork, for instance, is a massive bird. So they too can fly. However, I'm not too sure that they use thermals. These guys are actually the smallest of the storks, Terence, so that is why they are in fact able to do that. And you can see they are definitely making use of the thermals as they are soaring around, conserving energy. And this is the exact same that vultures do in the morning as well. They perch on trees at night. And then they'll take off in the morning and they'll get as high as they can so that they can just sort of soar around and come down in the process for when they do spot something. In this case, a waterhole for the storks. But then they can slowly come in for landing. Alrighty, we are going to try for a third time to send you back over to Nick so we can see what he's up to.
Hey, welcome back to Kariega, where our buffalo are still in the mud wallow doing their thing. There's a few of them that have started to move off in an easterly direction. But these last few are really enjoying soaking up as much coolness as they can get from this mud. Obviously it's going to be protecting their skin, but it's also cool, you know, in temperature itself. It's amazing just how well they manage to kind of bed themselves down in that mud. You can kind of see just a row of horns at the front there. Nothing like that young male having a tinkle right at the edge of the mud wallow while everybody is still in there. It's amazing how a lot of animals just, you know, that it kind of just doesn't bother them, you know. Just to empty the bladder right next to a waterhole like that. I've seen lions resting on a quite a steeply sloped road, all lying kind of one after the other. And the one all the way at the top of the hill urinated and kind of trickled down to everybody else. You can see this buffalo getting out of the water here, how well, or out of the mud rather, how well covered it is in mud now. Look at that. That has done an absolutely solid job of covering itself in mud. There's a little bit of a difficult position in terms of where we are. We are looking into the sun slightly. So you can see a definite sort of almost like backlighting, rim lighting there. But this buffalo is literally completely covered. There's not an inch of its body that is not covered in mud. I feel like these last few members will slowly start to leave this mud wallow. It seems like the decision has been made for the herd to move on. And it'll be interesting to see once these buffalo do move off, if potentially other species start to come in. You know, whether we start to see some eland coming into the waterhole, the mud wallow, at least warthogs coming here, and possibly eland going to Scotia Dam itself. mean, these buffalo must have been resting here, sure, for a good amount of time. Must have been sort of 20 minutes or so. So they've really, really done well. And I'm sure with the heat that we've got today, we should see a succession of different species starting to come down. Chelsea, there'll be a lot of sort of body posturing amongst the buffaloes, amongst the male buffaloes. As sort of a passive way before they physically fight would be they try and get a lot of sort of foliage on their horns. You know, you'll see them kind of rubbing their heads up against some of the shrubs and things like that, trying to get as much sort of foliage on their horns as possible. So that's a passive way of trying to assert dominance. If they can't sort of sort out who's a dominant male sort of passively, they will be forced from there to obviously fight. Remember, they've got a big boss, you know, a lot of horn structure in the center of the forehead area. They've got big thick necks to try and protect themselves from that impact, and obviously sharp pointed horns that they'll use as well. Not all too often that you do see buffalo having a full-on fight. Yeah, it's definitely a spectacle to witness the immense power from those animals, something that I haven't seen yet myself. But I'd really love to witness that if possible. You can see they're starting to come towards a group of eland now. Yeah, so that's that for the buffalo. Everybody's moved away from the mud wallow, which is now free and available. You can see a lot of the buffalo kind of doing a little bit of feeding as they move off. Most of them have headed down to that slope to the left there, kind of being a little bit difficult to view, which does take them slightly closer to the Kariga River. So we'll have a look and see where the buffalo head to. In the meantime, I'm going to stick around this waterhole, see if anything does come here, and we're going to take you across to Lisa to see how her Abdom stalks are doing.
Thank you, Nick. Always wonderful to see the beautiful buffaloes. I rather enjoy watching them on safari. I think it's a very fascinating animal. And a lot of people tend to just think of them as African glorified cows. But there really is so much more to them, as you mentioned. But as you can see, we've got, I think, most of our Abdom stalks. There'll probably be more arriving today, but we've got quite a few of them now. Of course, a springbok just in front of us, 2 of them, and then some more zebras arriving. And I really am anxious to see an elephant herd here again, just to see that they are still doing okay, especially that herd with a tiny baby. But how amazing is this, and how amazing is it that we get to be a part of all of this, all of the movement. And you know, when we think of migrations, we tend to just sort of keep it in the box of, no, you know, it just happens in these massive areas where animals have to cross rivers. That is not necessarily the case. Animals have to move wherever they find themselves, whether it's a national park, whether it's the actual wild, where there's no fences and things, whether it's a private game reserve. If there is no more water and food left, they will definitely move north, south, west, east. It really does not matter. And that goes for all of the animals. The springboks, the zebras, the wildebeest, elephants, and again, anywhere, not just here in Etosha National Park. And that is why we haven't been seeing the elephant herds. They are probably moving to other areas where there is in fact more food and water for them, specifically the ones that have babies. Even though the babies are not relying just on vegetation, it's predominantly the mom's milk. The mom, to keep herself healthy, has to eat a lot of food. And then that again influences everything else. With regards to predator movements, I've actually thought we'd be seeing more activity from the predators, but not yet. But you never know. It's always so wonderful hearing the Egyptian goose as well, or geese. So right now we can hear them. Every now and again we can hear the crows. And then of course the very persisting zebras. But if you were to guess right now how many individuals were here, what would your guess be? And again, that's including, of course, it's everything that we can see. I don't mean the creepy crawlies and the insects and the smaller birds that we can't actually see. But in terms of the storks, the springbok, the zebras, how many animals do you think are here in total right now? And we've got some more abdomen storks arriving. I thought they might be a little too few. Just amazing. I mean, we've seen this so many times, but it really never gets old. Ooh. That one sounded a little bit more distressed. And I wonder if they do that if they ever lose their voices. You know, just like us, if you talk a little bit too much or for too long, then your voice eventually disappears. My better half actually went for gastroscopy this week, and he was very impressed because, you know, he still had his voice and everything, and then the next morning, nothing. But if you are a zebra constantly doing that vocalization, surely it must be a little bit harsh on the actual body. I wonder if they ever wake up the next morning feeling a little bit drained with a hoarse voice. Tara, good morning. You would like to know which animal vocalization I enjoy the most. I actually like the zebra vocalization. And of course, you know, the ever cliche lion roar, elephant rumble and trumpet. But I think if I had to really just choose one, it's probably a jackal call. They really are phenomenal. And I myself have actually experienced quite a few times, specifically on my previous game reserve, where at these massive plains, and there were quite a few jackals hanging out there, and, you know, indicating to my guest or sort of imitating the call for them. I've actually had quite a few times where jackals have responded, so I think just because of that. But I really do enjoy their vocalization. But anything else out here, really. I'm not fond of a Harida ibis. I'm not fond of the crows. It's a very eerie call for myself. But that is what I enjoy. But let me know what you guys enjoy the most. What is your favorite vocalization? Leopard call is of course also very interesting. A Kori bustard is also a very interesting call. But really everything out here. The very cliche Woodlands Kingfisher, I love them as well. It really never gets old for me. Quillias, even the red-billed quillias when they are moving around.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
Okay, so I've managed to reposition and get in front of this herd of buffalo. We've got a lovely little spot, little depression, slightly lower down. They're coming from this ridgeline towards us here, and it's just a beautiful angle to have the whole herd slowly grazing towards us. You can see our eland that we originally saw are in the background there, back left. And a lot of our buffalo now coated in mud. So taking photos of a scene like this, I would look to go sort of broad. I'd look to go quite wide. You know, there's a big mass of buffalo coming towards us here. But we've also got to be quite careful. You know, they have mud wallowed, they have caked themselves in wet mud. The sun is bright now that we're sort of starting to approach the later hours of the morning. So you can see this buffalo on the left, how that mud is shining in the sun. So we've got to be careful taking photos of this scene, that you wouldn't want to overexpose those highlights, those parts that are shining against the sun. And also conversely, you know, they are dark animals as well, so there'll start to be a lot more shadow that's being cast on them. So heading to these sort of midday hours, it becomes a little bit tricky, you know, trying to get the right exposure for those very bright areas and then those darker darks as well. In terms of lighting conditions, it's definitely sort of not optimal compared to your softer sunrise and sunset colors, but there is a way to negotiate around it. So we've got to delve into the technicalities of the camera a little bit more. It's nothing to be sort of put off by. If you are used to shooting in auto or in picture mode, you know, you don't need to feel overwhelmed by it. But we can start to look at the histogram of the scene. So if on your camera, if you are wanting to just double check that you're not losing any detail in either the highlights or the shadows, you can have a look at your histogram, which is essentially a graph with an X and Y axis. And the left hand side of your picture will be or at least of your graph rather, will be your darks, will be your blacks, and all the way on the right hand side will be your highlights, will be your bright areas. So you don't want to be clipping any of those details. So essentially within that graph that you can have a look at, all makes of cameras will have this histogram, this graph. You don't want the contours of of the shape that is formed within that graph to be touching either side of those axes. If it is touching either side, that means that you've lost detail. Remember, in post-production we can go and increase and decrease exposures and things like that. But if in picture, in the actual scene like this, you've lost some of that detail, in post-processing there unfortunately is no way to retrieve that detail, to retrieve that data from that area. So it's very important to get it right the first time. If you have taken the picture ready and you're wanting to know on your computer if you have lost any of that detail, on a Windows PC you can press the letter J, is going to be your shortcut. And from there, all of the clipped areas, the areas where you've lost any detail, will become red. It'll color those areas that you've lost the detail in red. You can change the color if you want to, green or pink or whatever color you like. On a Mac, I'm actually not too sure. It will be a different shortcut. I don't use a Mac myself, so it will be different there. But it'll essentially be the same type of toggle to show you which areas you have lost detail in the photo. So you can see these two buffalo that are in the frame here now don't have any mud on them. So technically speaking, it's going to be a whole lot easier to photograph these two compared to that one behind them to the left that does have mud. You can see that sun shining off of that mud there is a lot harder to deal with. It's a lot brighter than the surrounding areas and makes it very, very tricky. But like I said, I think a scene like this, I'd look to go wide. I'd look to maybe get my wide angle, you know, my 16 to 35mm lens possibly. Now the lens I'm using right now is a little bit bigger than that, so I can't get some of the high ridge lines and things behind these buffalo in. But that's what I'd look to do as well. I'd look to get an animal and environment shot. So you'd want your f-stop to get a lot of area in focus if you can. So I'd look to be shooting to f11 or so. You know, if you're shooting at f4, you're only getting a few buffalo in focus. I want to get as many buffalo in focus. I want to get some of the background in focus. You know, there's one or two stratus clouds starting to form. I'd like to get some of that in the scene if I could as well. It's So at the moment I'm shooting with a 150 to 600mm lens, which is you know, for that particular scene that we're talking about, is going to be too much glass to be dealing with a scene like this. Stuart, I think in terms of what I'm looking to try and do when photograph a big herd is to try and show, you know, the size of the herd, to try and show the numbers of animals that are in the herd. With it being summer and there's so many nice sort of vibrant greens, I'd want to get that in focus. It's quite tricky when it comes to a big herd, but I'd look to try and get a few heads up. You know, this cow that we're looking at, she's got her kind of her bum towards us. You know, a lot of them have got their heads down. I'd keep an eye on them and just have a look and see if something doesn't potentially surprise them, and all of them maybe stop feeding, lift their heads in the direction of whatever has surprised them, and have a look to see what that is. You've then got a lot of focus from that herd looking in a potential direction. You know, that's definitely going to add an extra element to your photo. You know, you can see even in the frame that we've got here, this bull's got his head down, the one behind it has got his bum facing towards us, so there's a lot going on. It's hard for your eye to be drawn to one area. You know, but as they start to get closer and closer, I mean, here I'm zoomed all the way out. I can't zoom further out. You know, I do obviously have the option of going in closer for potentially a portrait shot if I wanted. You know, and also by doing that, I'll largely eliminate a lot of the variations in light between the very light areas and the dark areas. Wow, these buffalo are starting to completely surround the vehicle. This is incredible. Sounds like Ralph has got an interesting subject for us. Let's take you across to him.
Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature, where we're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, aka the place of many aloes. And here we're watching a giraffe just feeding through on the top of this sweet thorn acacia, as the old name was. Beautiful yellow flowers, and well, what a beautiful morning it is. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got my main man Mpho, and that is Mpho's thumb. Yes, it is. Now, it's been a little bit of a tricky morning for us because we managed to go and find but they were in a little bit of a tricky spot with regards to signal. So unfortunately we had to leave them. But I'm happy to report that yesterday we saw them and they had empty bellies. And this morning we found them. They had left the Northern Territories. They've crossed over to the main reserve and they have very fat bellies. So not sure what they ate, but they have had a substantial meal. And following on from that, once we left them and saw that how sleepy they are going to be, probably going to sleep the rest of the day with such full bellies, we tried to catch up with the elephant herd that has got a brand new little baby with them. It's only about 72 hours old. But that herd is sticking very much in the thickets, as can be expected. They don't particularly want to have too much company. And so they led us on a little bit of a roundabout, and we decided to leave that search as well. When elephants don't want to be seen, they won't be. It's pretty much like leopards. Even though they are such massive animals, if they disappear off into the thickets, unless you can drive off-road, it's pretty much impossible to find them. So we're now on our third sort of mission, and that's just to find anything that we can. So here we're with a giraffe, and I must say that it looks like it's also trying to hide. Can you even see it, Mpo? So it's one of those mornings where if it's not the signal, the animals are just not giving us much chance. But anyway, we'll see. I'm sure that there's quite a few giraffe in the particular area, and they might pop out any minute now. So, and I did hear that Lisa was chatting about elephants at Okukuyu and wondering why there's not so many there now, is the gist of what I got. Now, I was just there recently. Namibia was my first home. Now it's my second. And I was on a private safari just in the last couple of weeks. And I was at Okukuyu. And if you were watching E2N, you might have even heard my greeting from shouted below the camera. And yeah, so I've spent many years going to Etosha, and I know that once the rains happen in sort of January, February, that's the big rains that do come through. And they normally hit the eastern side of the reserve, so Namatoni, stretch to the areas of the central part around Halali. I'm talking on the tourist side, but this is more on the eastern side of the reserve. And as soon as that happens, you find that there's a big migration of all the elephants towards that side of the park. So you'll then find the Okukuyu area does become a little bit devoid of elephant activity. You have the odd bull coming through, maybe some youngsters, they get quite happy that the rest of them have left. But that Okukuyu area, when it's wet, can become pretty quiet because it's rather a devoid area. And when the rain happens in the east, everybody migrates to that side. So that's, I would say, is exactly what's happened now. And as I say, I was at Okukuyu and then left and headed towards the eastern side, and that's where we saw most of the elephants that we did on the one-day drive through in Etosha that I had. But that's generally the movements of the elephants there, and so that'll explain why she's not seeing so many currently. Once it dries out again, then the animals start shifting back towards Okukuyu, and then into the dry season, it becomes an absolute festival of animals. It is full. But in the wet season, it can be a little bit difficult with sightings-wise, and you definitely don't have that concentration that you do during the dry season. So this looks like it's a female. Looks like an old-ish female, and something also nice and interesting. This is the southern giraffe, but subspecies that I saw when I was up in Namibia. Now, once you head into Damaraland and up into Kakaland in the northwestern wilderness, you start to see the Angolan giraffe. Well, they call it the Angolan giraffe, sort of internationally, but in Namibia we call it the Damara giraffe, and it only occurs in that northwestern part of Namibia and then stretches a bit into Angola. And it's similar to quite a few other species that you find in a particular country, and they like to call it their own common name, whereas you go into another country and they'll call it something else. So like, for instance, with the Angolan giraffe, that is named as such internationally, in Namibia it is the Damara giraffe. It's like the low-felt clusterleaf, or the Terminalia pruinoides. In South Africa we like to call it the low-felt clusterleaf, but it occurs widespread in Namibia as well. So they don't like to call it that because it doesn't make sense. So they just call it the purple pod clusterleaf, which is then more international. Obviously, we always refer back to the Latin name, and that is the sort of neutral way of referring to animals, especially when you have a conflict of interests, such as the low-felt cluster leaf versus where it occurs in Namibia as the purple pod cluster leaf. So yes, and lots of very, very special species that we see in Namibia as well. The Damara hornbill, for instance, only occurring there, and so that's something that you'll also see in Damaraland. Now, back to our local spot here, in the Amakhala Game Reserve. I've really moved from east to west and back again, where we're here in the Eastern Cape, and very different biome indeed. There in Namibia on the western side of southern Africa, super arid, one of the driest deserts in the world. But where we are here in the Albany thicket, we've got all year rainfall, and it is anything but arid, let alone super arid. So the animals here have got a lot more to feed on, and they don't need to move as much as those animals as I was discussing in the likes of Etosha, for instance. So Lola, you want to know about the threats that giraffe face in the wild. And thanks for jumping on board with us and escaping to nature. It's wonderful to have a question coming through from you. So generally we would say that giraffe only rarely face lions as their predator. And you'll see them when they go down to drink, whether it's at the Okukuyu waterhole, the Mashatu waterhole, the Djuma Pan, or any of the waterholes that we have here in the Eastern Cape, at Madikwe as well. They are super, super nervous when they go down to the water to drink. And the reason being is that their neck is not long enough to reach the ground. So they've got to spread their legs, or at least bend them, enabling them to get down to the water, and their head and their mouth being able to suck water out of the waterhole. They don't have a trunk like elephants do, so like a straw-like structure enabling them to get down to the water. They've literally got to get their head and mouth into the water. And you'll see that at all the different locations, and the different individual giraffe have different techniques. Some of them have got the splits, total, just spreading those two front legs. Others do a more of a crouch, and they lean forward and bend at the ankle. That's not the knee that you see just risen up off the foot at below. That is indeed ankle. So they'll bend at the ankle, as you see this one doing now, and then get down like that. Some of them do a little bit of a combination of both, half splits, half kneel type technique, and then they get their heads down there. But when they do get their heads down there, obviously with their head so lowered like that, very, very vulnerable to especially lions, which could, if they're in the direct vicinity, hiding behind a log or a bush, could easily jump onto the giraffe and get to its very vulnerable neck area, which would be a very quick death. So they are extremely nervous. At all the water holes, I've never seen an adult giraffe that is not nervous going down to the water hole. Youngsters, with their lack of life skills, are a little bit less nervous of everything generally, but as they grow, the more nervous they get. And so the giraffe, in that ultimate vulnerability next to the waterhole, super nervous. They walk up and down many, many, many times before they eventually decide to go down to drink, and that it's safe. But it can take just the likes of a dove to make them back off from the waterhole again, and the whole procedure of walking up and down starts all over again. So sometimes it can actually take hours for them to eventually get a drink, and sometimes it doesn't happen at all. They reset, go back and head it up, and something interrupts them or just gives them a fright, and back they go. They start the procedure all over again. So it's one of those safari specials that I always show to guests when we're out there. Watch the giraffe, because it has got that particular technique of making sure. Now, some people don't make sure. Well, a giraffe definitely does, but it can be quite frustrating if you do want to get that photo of them drinking. And when they are photographers, I always tell them to get ready and to take the photo when they get the opportunity, because it doesn't last long, and they can be running off or at least moving away from the waterhole. But then also with that technique that they've got, that once they do actually get their mouth down to drink, they always, once they raise their head after they're drinking, they've always got a line of water that trails out of the mouth, which is brilliant for photographic purposes. You can get amazing photos of that. And they also do generally flick. I don't know what it is about the flick, but always, once they drink, they stand up, their legs sort of come together in one swift, smooth motion, and they've got that little flick that they do. I don't know, there's a definite study in that. Maybe someone's done it, but I haven't seen any literature on that. But I'd love to know why giraffe flick when they have that very swift motion of standing up after drinking. Would be very interesting to know why. What is the purpose of the flick? If any of you know or have any theories on it, send it through. Jump on board with us. I'd love to know what you think about it. So, with those Angolan giraffe, as I was speaking about earlier, they occur up in that northwestern part of Namibia, and it is extremely rocky, especially in Damaraland, in and about the northern part, leading from the Brandberg mountain, which is the highest mountain in Namibia, massive granite, Inselberg, and it's very, very rocky from there going north as a result of glacier moving through the area, as would be a surprise to most. It's a super arid desert now, but there used to be glaciers present and picked up all these basalt rocks, and with the glacier then melting, it has dropped all of these rocks where you have hundreds of kilometers of terrain where there's just massive granite but mostly predominantly basalt rocks littered, and almost you can see how it's almost been placed, which it was, but naturally so, by the glacier. And so these particular giraffes that we see walking around here would not survive in that rocky terrain. They very quickly break their ankles and or injure their feet. They can't then run properly, and they become easy prey. But a lot of them do then succumb to their injuries and exposure, and they're not allowed. They're not able to walk. So those Damara giraffe, a lot smaller, they're more compact, and they have a lot more muscular legs, especially around the ankles. As you can imagine, tripping over rocks every day when you walk around, it does make you a lot more stronger in your foot area if you had to walk in that terrain. I did for 4 years, and you feel like you're falling over pretty much all the time. So you twist your ankles very easily, and seeming like I'm speaking about these giraffes, they all seem to be coming over to us to join the conversation. So those giraffe, as a lot of the sort of specialist animals, very well adapted to living in that particular environment, and not as big as these guys, and have seemingly much more stocky legs. But we've got a big bull here that's just walking past us. I think he might get past the pole now. I don't know. He's making inklings that there might be a little bit of a necking potential, because he seems to have a little bit of an interest of that other bull. But there's quite a lot of other bulls here. Everybody is staring at each other. A bit of a bachelor herd. The one was a female. Maybe that's why they've all come over. Interest in the girls. And there was a bit of a sneeze from that big bull that's just disappeared behind us. And it's generally one of the only sounds that you'll actually get from giraffe. I've never heard anything else. I've heard grunts and sneezes, and that's about it. So they are the jay and silent bobs of the bush. Washington, he was a tall, dark, handsome fellow, wasn't he? He's now just disappeared off behind us, but it looks like everybody making their way in a similar direction. Maybe he's the leader of this gang. I would say that he's probably quite an experienced old bull, and probably very experienced in the necking department too. So he's probably knocked out a few giraffe in his lifetime. And he looks like a bit of a heavyweight. I wouldn't take him on. It's always wonderful watching giraffe. I always find them, they always look surprised when they're looking straight at you. It's uncanny how their facial expression almost says to me, like, what's going on over there? And the depiction of giraffe in the cartoon or narration film, Madagascar. What was his name in the film? I can't remember. I think it was Marty. No, Marty was the zebra. I can't remember. Melvin. Was it Melvin? I think it was Melvin. And the narration is just perfect. He's hypochondriac, scared of everything, except when there's other bulls around. Then there's a little bit more of non-scaredness, if I can put it that way. They're not so nervous because they just want to fight. But other than that, they're scared of everything. There's one now starting to feed on the sweet thorn there. If you're lucky, you might see its very sort of purpley black tongue coming out, full of melanin.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
So, these bulls, as I said, all showing each other a little bit of interest. And you haven't got the pole, have you? Okay. Sorry, folks, but these guys are looking like they might do a bit of necking. So let's just turn and see if we can get a better view for you. There we go. Nice of them to stand right next to each other, but au contraire, of course, I've just spoken about them potentially necking, and they've decided, no, that's not going to happen. Maybe that one is a little bit lighter in color. It's also a little bit smaller than the other one. Maybe he's just not keen. Now, if you look in the two-shot of this one on the left, you might see in the background, there's one lying down. That's quite a nice picture. So, where you find high concentrations of lions, you wouldn't really see giraffe lying down. So marten, that fur on the top of their ossicones or ossicles, generally the older they get and the more that they neck, it becomes totally bald. Now this one's still got a bit of hair around the edges, but he does look like he's a bit younger than a fully grown mature bull. So maybe just a little bit of his sort of younger fluff that's just still sticking around. But generally you wouldn't see hair like that on a big fully mature male bull giraffe. So it will more than likely disappear in the years to come. So no, it doesn't really protect them. They actually want that exposed there. Excuse me. And it does become then quite gnarly on the top of those ossicones. And that's what not only sort of acts as the club, but it can, sort of scratch and even cut another bull when they do hit it. I kind of liken it to our rugby studs that we used to have. And when we used to have to walk on concrete, we used to scrape our rugby studs on the concrete because it used to roughen them up. And in the old days, we used to be able to ruck at the back of a mall. And if somebody was lying on the ball, myself as the scrum half, I used to get rid of him with my rugby studs. And if I can leave a mark on him, that was even better. Now the laws have changed, obviously, because injuries occur. But that was the old way and the best way, because once you've been rucked by a scrum half or a forward, you're not going to lie on the ball again. And so that's how we did it, and that's how pretty much the giraffe do it as well. They roughen up the top of those ossicones. They don't do it on concrete. They just do it by the top of it being exposed to the sun. It does dry up a bit and start cracking, and then as they neck as well, it does then become a little bit more gnarly too. Now, is that pole again in the way? You want on the one lying down. Okay. So the bulls as well, they also do get a very sort of pronounced forehead. And that is also, as a part of the ossicones, that's also part of the club. So they don't necessarily always hit the other bull with the ossicones. It can be that their forehead is a bit of a headbutt as well. So although that we say that they are quite skittish, they're quite scaredy cats, they're rather nervous, they've got quite a lot of weapons to fight with other bulls. And it's quite impressive when you see them really going at each other, swinging that pendulum and hitting each other, both in the body, the neck, and in the head. They go for all three, and they sort of push up next to each other. They try to put the other one off balance as well, and then hit it with the neck. So I've seen one giraffe actually get knocked out cold, so it is possible, and then obviously even more vulnerable to predation. So whenever bulls are fighting, predators do take notice, and they can make their way into the area. You often find impala rams, when they're rutting, get taken out by leopards. Well, you can have the same when bull giraffe are busy necking, because they're so engaged in the fight that they can sort of let their guard down in terms of predators, and the predators know it. So they do take interest when there's fighting between the males, because there's extra opportunity to make your approach and your hunt with the guys that are predisposed and preoccupied with fighting. I must say, though, it's lovely to be back in my home province of the Eastern Cape and on a reserve that is in our general area. So it's very close to where I live. And when I was here previously in January, very, very hot month. It's extremely hot. And we had days of over 45 degrees. We were scorching. I got sunburnt like I never have been in my life. But now, heading into March, it's the days are getting shorter. It's light later and dark earlier. It's not as hot. The wind starts settling as well because of that. And so it's a lot more pleasant around this time of the year. I do say that the best time to visit the Eastern Cape, and this area in particular, is around March, April. It's when it's not too cold, it's not too hot, and the wind settles. It's also the best time for surfing, fishing as well. So all the activities, safaris, and the beautiful ocean access, for me, the best time, March, April, every year. So we're entering into my favorite part of the year. I think it's also more comfortable for the animals. You do see them sort of exposed in the sun a bit more. They're not seeking shade as much. The wind is there, but it's just nice and cool. It's not a hot wind like we get in December, January. It's a nice, refreshing breeze, and it's not howling. It settles, as I say. So now it looks like they're all just going through the very important task of ruminating. With the best fly swat in the business. I'd say second to that would be a zebra. But the giraffe, I think, has got the best of the lot. That's why Escape to Nature, nice and different to the sunrise and the sunset safaris. We get to spend a little bit more time in sightings and get to know animals a little bit better. Being able to discuss lots more ecological principles in depth, tell stories of our past safari experiences, and get the viewers' inputs on all of the above. So that's where a little bit more of an extended show, but often see some amazing sightings on these shows, because we get to hang with the animals a little bit more, a little bit longer. Although it's in the middle of the day, so sometimes the activity can be a little bit less. Always know that around sunrise and sunset, the crepuscular periods, is the best time to view animals with the most activity, especially for predators. But this time of the year and at this time of the day, we can still have a lot of activity when it's not too hot. Looks like we've got even more giraffes joining. So from us struggling to see them, they've now all come out. some of them. We're not too far from, just to the south of Leeuwenbospan, between Leeuwenbospan and the Hlosi Lodge. Now, if there's any Xhosa viewers, isiXhosa viewers or speaking viewers watching, I've got a little bit debate going, because previously when I worked at a lodge in the area, I spoke to some isiXhosa speaking guides, and they said to me, now because I referenced the Hlosi Lodge, which is near to us here, and when we were with the cheetah this morning, we refer here on Amakhala Game Reserve to the cheetah in isiXhosa as being Hlosi. Now, my question is, if a cheetah is a Hlosi, then what is an Ingwe Nkala? Because according to my knowledge, an Ingwe Nkala is a cheetah, and a Hlosi, was told to me, is a serval. Now, when you look at the word Ingwe Nkala, Ingwe in isiXhosa means leopard, and I would say that Ingwe Nkala means the running or the sprinting leopard. That's then putting the word Hlosi out as either another word for cheetah, or, as I was previously told, it's another animal altogether, and it would make sense if it is indeed a serval. And if any of you have any more input on that, it's going to be a little bit more than a Google search and a translation there, because I've already tried that and I didn't come up with any answer that was specific to my question. So, what is Hlosi, or let's say, what is Ingwe Nkala if Hlosi is indeed a cheetah? Just interesting. For any of the locals or isiXhosa speaking viewers, let me know. I'd love to know the specific answer so we can get it right. Or maybe we are right, and we can just have it confirmed. Right, so it sounds like I've already started a debate in MC between the isiZulu and the isiXhosa speaking staff. So that's exactly what I like about Escape to Nature. We create debates and we talk about it and we get some answers out and we learn a little bit. So that's great, because it's important for us to do that. But it's also important that we need to understand those words. And I'm nothing even close to a fluent African language speaker in isiXhosa or isiZulu, but I do know a lot of the words, especially for the wildlife, which is the industry that I trade in. So, yeah, this is an important one for me. I'd like to get the answer, because there's also a bit of debate here around on the reserve as well. And it seems like we're at different reserves that I've moved between, I've had different answers too. So I'd like to throw that one in the hat and come out with the correct terminology in the language. I hate it when we're using a specific language, but we are not referencing or using it correctly. If somebody's name is Pieter, we're not going to call him Peter. He's Afrikaans, so we want to call him Pieter. And same goes in any other language. We want to reference it correctly. So let's get it right. And it goes further. When we go down into the areas of the Western Cape, and you look at areas along the coastline, I love the terminology that gets used down there by the English-speaking Western Cape inhabitants. If you talk about Bloubergstrand, is very amusing for me. It's Bloubergstrand. But yeah, I suppose in English, which it's not an English word, we would like to think that that's what it's called, but it's not. or strand. There's no such word as strand. It is a strand and a beach. So, and like these are kameelperde in Afrikaans or giraffe in English. So we wouldn't call it a giraffe and we wouldn't call it a kameelperd. I don't know. It's just using the words correctly. What do you think, Kumpo? Huh? Yeah? Do you agree? Using different language terms in your own language, but sort of changing it to suit your language. I don't know. I think it should be used in the correct fashion. But that's just me. I'm a bit of a purist when it comes to wildlife and languages and cultures. These giraffe now making their way off towards the thicket there. And that thicket in the background, as you see, is the sort of traditional natural bush that occurs here in these particular parts. A lot of the area has been cleared with the previous farming activity. But now wonderful that the landowners here have returned this to a wilderness sanctuary. And slowly but surely, we're having all the parts that were cleared returning a bit towards that thicket type biome. It's also nice. It sort of makes a bit of a mix that there is then still availability for grazing animals that has been unnaturally created, but currently still allows for those animals to exist in relatively large numbers. But slowly but surely you're going to have this shift over many years, and it could even take a couple of 100 years for it to return to that real natural biome that it was and will be if left to its own devices. And that's exactly what they've done. And with that happening, you would then obviously have slowly but surely more thicket browsing type animals that would be very successful, and less successful for the grazing animals as that thicket biome sort of returns. So for now, it's still conducive to those grazing animals, but eventually it would change and they would have to move to areas where there is more grazing available or change their feeding habits. So it would be interesting to see how these animals will evolve on this particular reserve. So I think we'll continue on our search for whatever we can find after our 2 previous missions failed. And once you have a couple of failed missions, well, then you sort of let the wind take you wherever it wants to. And speaking of the wind, I'm going to let the wind take you on over the hill to Kariega with Nick.
Thanks, Rolf. Yeah, we've got a lovely group of eland here. It's actually amazing how we've got them right in the sun. The background behind them has been cast into shadow, and look how they are just popping out of the scene. It's like a photographer's dream. It's beautiful. Yeah, there we go. See, those lighting conditions change just like that. But nonetheless, it is just lovely to sit with these eland. Kind of quite tightly bunched together. I think they've more than likely come up to the top of this ridge line here. We are slightly just to the east of Scotia Dam. Nice and open here for them to scan around, have a look, see what's happening in the surrounding areas. And there is also a little bit of a breeze that has started to develop. And being right at the top of this small little ridge here, that breeze is going to be hitting them, and that'll be helping to cool them down as well, which it has been a little bit of a steamy day here today at Kariega. You see a lovely big bull there on the left hand side. So you've got one sitting down on the left and then that one directly behind it. A lovely big bull. Even zoomed out like this, if you have a look at his forehead, you can see he's got that matted tuft of hair. You can see when he's walking there, that big dewlap that's going from side to side there. It's a beautiful antelope, the eland. It's a very regal type of antelope. And it's actually a species of antelope that I haven't spent all too much time with. You know, largely I've spent a lot of time up in sort of northern KZN, some of the areas of the Lowveld, and it's not a species that is all too common throughout those areas. I am a fan of hiking in the Drakensberg, and I've done a few hikes there, and seen the eland, but quite far off, nothing too close. And it's nice to be able to spend a bit of time with them, get to watch a little bit of natural behavior amongst them. Yeah, there's nothing quite like spending time yourself as opposed to, you know, reading up about behavioral patterns from a book or having a look at a video clip or something like that. It's always amazing to be able to spend time in nature by yourself. I think the herd of buffaloes that we were having a look at earlier has got a similar plan to these eland. They've also come up to the top of this ridgeline and have kind of settled down. You can see the two groups are very close to each other. And it only looks like really now that the herd of buffalo is starting to settle down. I mean, we have followed them for most of the morning. What is the time now? Sort of approaching 11:30 or so. So remember, we were talking about they did that big circuit around Scotia Dam, then they kind of mud wallowed a bit, they fed. It's only really in the last sort of 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so that they've really started to look to settle down. You can see one or two of them are lying down now. So I'd imagine as the time goes on, in the next 10-15 minutes, I reckon we should start to see more of these buffalo looking to settle down. You know, looking across at the eland, I can see a lot of them are starting to settle down now as well. You know, when you first came across here from Rolf, all of these eland were standing up, and now you can see they're all starting to settle down. Stephanie, I don't think I got the whole question there. Will eland grow with age? Yeah, I mean, if you know, from the size of a calf, they will definitely grow and develop. Stephanie, I've got your whole question now. You had me a little bit stumped there. The dewlap will definitely grow with age, yes. So remember, the dewlap is going to be very pronounced on a big mature male. On a female, it's not going to be nearly as pronounced. You know, there'll definitely be a little bit of sort of fat concentration there, but it won't be as pronounced as the dewlap of a male. So if you look at sort of fat deposits and things, obviously in that dewlap there is a lot of fat there. It's very interesting with the eland as a species. You know, in terms of fat composition and deposits and things like that, they're really the opposite to a lot of other antelopes. A lot of other antelopes, most of the females will be holding large sort of body fat percentages than the males. But it's the opposite for the eland. The males will hold a higher body fat percentage than the females. And a lot of that will be in the dewlap itself. The word dewlap evaded me there. Will be in the dewlap itself. But also interestingly around the heart, there is a lot of fat that is sort of centered around the heart of a male eland. And remember, there's always been a strong connection between the Eland and the San people. You know, if you look at a lot of rock art paintings and things like that, Eland form a strong integral part of those paintings. And part of the reason why those Eland is so sort of revered amongst the San people is because of that difference of fat compositions that we were just talking about. You know, it's the opposite to most other antelopes, so the San people held them in high regard. You know, if you look at a lot of the paintings that the San people did paint, you go to the Drakensberg area that we're talking about, plenty of them that you'll find in the area there. So in terms of the actual paintings, it's believed that they weren't really drawing actual eland that they had seen, although there would have been plenty of eland in the area. But rather that they were drawing what they were really seeing in terms of like the spirit world. And that spirit world would lie behind the rock in which they were painting on, which is quite interesting. But unfortunately, you know, going from the time when a lot of those rock art paintings were done to now, the population of eland has declined quite a lot, which is also true for a lot of other species. Yeah, so it's not just the eland whose sort of population, whose numbers have declined. It's largely true for most species. You know, and one of the core problems comes down to habitat destruction. You know, of smaller areas for these animals to move around, and you know, populations declining from there. You know, and the solution to a lot of these problems, and even specifically for the eland, you look at their population, you know, from just a few years ago, you know, you look even as early back as sort of 1940s or so, as much as sort of 50% of their population has declined. You know, and we're definitely trying our hardest these days to be able to conserve different environmental areas, conservation areas, but it also becomes crucial to be able to form corridors between those areas to allow animals to go to and fro. But obviously in an ever developing world, it's easier said than done. I was watching one of the documentaries narrated by David Attenborough the other day. I can't remember which one of the new ones, Blue Planet 2 or Planet Earth or something like that, Our Planet. And some of the statistics of changes of, you know, human impact, of what humans have done to a lot of populations of animals and environmental areas and biodiversity and things like that. You know, we're definitely having a big impact. You know, we talked about elephants being ecosystem engineers and things like that. I mean, to a large degree, humans are also, you know, I guess you could call us ecosystem engineers of really transforming areas. You know, you look at places like the Arctic 100 years ago to what it is now. Development of cities, of, you know, before and after pictures of major cities. You think of, you know, Los Angeles and New York, major cities. So I did actually, when I was watching that program, there were so many amazing stats that I thought, you know, this is mind-boggling. And it's always easier when you've kind of got numbers in front of you, you know. I feel like it's more tangible. So I actually jotted down a few of these stats, and I thought I'd share them with you. It's very, very interesting. Sort of 5 or 6 quick, short points. Ranging from fish to animals to humans and things like that. So humans have overfished 30% of fish stocks throughout the world. 30%, which is huge. 15 billion trees are cut down every year, for obviously a variety of reasons and uses and things like that. But at the end of the day, it's 15 billion trees. By damming, polluting and over-extracting rivers and lakes, we've reduced freshwater populations by as much as 80%. Half of the fertile land on the earth is now farmland. Listen to this one. This one got me as well. 70% of the mass of birds on the planet, of all of the different species that we have, 70% of it is largely its chickens. Humans account for 1/3 of the weight of all of the mammals on the earth. 60% of those animals that we raise are raised for eating, and then the rest of that percentage is made up of 4%. It ranges from your mice to your whales to your orcas and all of those things. Everything is in there, is the 4%. And I mean, there's a whole lot more statistics that popped up in this documentary. But it was, it was amazing to see some of those stats. Some of the before and after sort of transformational photos of the poles. You look at the Arctic and the Antarctic, of ice shelves and things 50 years ago, 100 years ago, compared to where they are now. They've retreated drastically as well. That obviously has a knock-on effect that we could probably talk for another half an hour on. But that's where all of these conservation areas, like the different locations that we bring live to you, like we have here at Kariega, this is where they are so important. You think of the range of biodiversity and life that is on the reserve. We've got the 2 main river systems here, the Kariega River, we've got the Bushmans River, both tidal rivers. Your Bushmans is going to be your second longest tidal river in South Africa after the Breda. And obviously being a tidal river, that's going to bring a lot of diversity with it, not even looking at the rest of the reserve, but just purely just at those 2 river systems, changes in composition of the water with the tide incoming and outgoing all the time. You're going to have a whole host of different species just from that. Look at the Albany thicket, incredibly diverse biome. That is largely the sort of the predominant biome that we find here on Kariega. Amazing amount of insect life that you will find in there. Bird life as well. Think of your Knysna Taracos, your Marina Trogans, colourful birds, bursting with colour. And you come to these sort of Scotia Dam clearings, more of a sort of an open grassland system, completely different set of birds that you'll find here. And obviously we've got a lot of flowering trees and things in the summertime, and that's going to bring about a lot of insects and butterflies and things like that. Hey Bella, good timing on your question. Just as I mentioned the word butterflies. I was just actually having a look across. Remember we do have some of the plumbago shrubs down here, and they get that characteristic type of blue flower. There was actually a citrus swallowtail that was fluttering past. bit of a quick glimpse. But yeah, there will be plenty of different types of butterflies. You'll get your swallowtails, you'll get plenty of your different acrea species. We did that. I did that little exploratory visit all the way down to the far western areas of Kariega. Is that now? Sort of a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. There was lots of those tall white squills. There was lots of milkweed around those squills, and obviously with that milkweed, that brought a lot of monarch butterflies. There was a lot of common diadems as well in that area. So there are plenty of different species of butterflies that we do get on Kariega. Plenty of frogs as well. Remember, your frogs are going to be quite an important environmental indicator species as well. So you can use them to kind of assess at a glance the quality of the water in the area. Remember, frogs having a porous skin membrane, with that water being able to permeate into their skin. If you've got a very damaged, sort of polluted water system, your density and abundance of frogs will probably be quite low. They'll probably move out of the area and look to see if they can find cleaner environmental conditions. If you take the Kariega River, for example, there's not a high amount of agricultural sort of interactions of damming water and things further upstream. Where Kariega is, we're very close to the coast here, and the Kariega River will empty out into the ocean. So we are right close down to the edge of the ocean here, and obviously if there is a lot of damage and sort of damming processes and things like that, by the time the water does get down to us here, the flow of the river would be slower, and we would see a lot of those effects. But the water quality of the Kariega River is also very good. Because of that good water quality, you get lots of frogs, you'll get lots of different fish species. You think of stump nose, you think of cob, you think of tilapia. And it is always tricky. I know Trish was trying to find some for you the other day, but because of that high density of fish that you get, that'll draw in Cape clawless otter as well. Very secretive type of otter, but they'll definitely be looking to feed on a lot of the different species of fish that we do get in the river systems here. Yeah, like I said, elusive by nature, and sightings are usually quite brief, quite glimpse. I was actually very lucky over this past few days that I was away. I went up to do a bit of birding in the central parts of the country, up in Vakkersroom, and I was lucky enough to see 2 Cape clawless otters hunting for some fish along one of the river systems there. Just a quick sort of 10-second sighting. It was absolutely amazing to watch that. I've tried and tried for years. I'd love to get a picture of a Cape clawless otter and kind of like munching on that fish in the water, in its natural environment. I think the photographer and me wanting a nice dark background behind it and beautiful sun, rays of sun to be shining on that otter. Droplets of water, dropping off of that fish, off of the whiskers of that otter. And while that happens, to have a celebratory drum roll on the side. But no, getting back to the point of what I was kind of trying to get to, is that the diversity that we have here on Kariega is phenomenal. It is beautiful. We've talked about the scenery of the reserve. It is really a little gem. You look at this one spot of where we are here, we've got the buffalo just to the right of these eland, obviously the eland that we're looking at. And often on these Scotia Dam clearings, we're getting blesbok, impala, zebra, wildebeest. Last night, if you were with us, you would have seen we had the black-backed jackals. We often hear them calling as the sun starts to set. Giraffe is another one that we can get here. Rhinos. So all in one pretty small area, we're getting a wide variety of animals. That's before we even pop down to the Kariega River, which is, 200, 300, 400 meters away. I'm definitely not an insect expert, but I reckon the entomologists would go crazy in some of the thickets here. Momo, yes, 100%. The twist in the eland's horn is beautiful. You can kind of see how the light is catching the changes in the sort of the angle of where it's really hitting these eland. Yeah, look at that. How it kind of twists slightly lower down at the base of the horns, and then it's kind of straighter close to the top of the horns. So, I mean, if you look at the classification of them, you know, they're going to be classified as a spiral horned antelope. So generally the horns of the males will be a lot more robust and thicker than that of the females. And if you think of something like a kudu, which can sometimes have a very broad sort of spread of horns, what we're seeing here is pretty much the full length of the horns for the eland. They're not going to grow much longer, and you don't often really see the horns of an eland spreading out very wide. It's more of a type of narrow spiral type of horn structure. And remember, for those horns, that's going to be a keratin covering that we can see there.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
You can see how they have positioned themselves very close to each other. So we did touch on it this morning when we found them where they had rested up overnight. Very similar tactic to what they've got going here. Bunching themselves together. This is not to try and conserve and hold as much heat, but more as a comfort and a safety sort of perspective. Many sets of eyes and ears. You can see all of the different directions that they are looking around in. You know, you've got those two all the way on the left having a cross to the left hand side. We've got that youngster just to their right, looking all the way to the right, and then a mixed match of other directions in and amongst that. And today is probably the best example of one single herd splitting up into smaller sort of sub-herds. One of my favorite things to see with buffalo. So this is obviously the first group that we can see here. Let me pan to the side and I'll show you the others. There's clearly group number 2. And there's group number 3. So all part of the same herd. You just split themselves up individually for the moment. You can see all the way on the right down there how that ridgeline slopes all the way down to the right. That's going to go all the way down to the Kariga River that we were talking about. There must have been a massive flock of hardy ibises down there this morning. At least 20 or so of them. Something gave them a fright and they gave that characteristic call of them, but there was a huge concentration of them. I didn't see them, I just heard them. But talking about birds, let's send you across to Lisa and see how her Aptum storks are doing.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, it's almost like we had a reset here at Okokweyo. We did have a rhino, and of course all of the zebras and springbok and everyone else was around. And literally within split seconds, everything disappeared. All of the storks were gone, all of the animals, not too sure what happened. But as you can see, they are slowly coming back in for landing, and hopefully our rhino will return as well. And hopefully we'll get to see some elephants. But what a wonderful day it is and has been. We really are so lucky to see all of these wonderful animals. But it sounds like you're almost blowing away. But good to have yourself and Rolf back. And Rolf, I'm very jealous of your trip in Okokweyo. I definitely still have to have a bit of a chat to you about where to go, when to go, how to go. I remember the other day when you were in fact here. I was not on the dam cam, it was Alex. But Rolf actually messaged me. Literally, the message read, "Hi, are you on dam cam? Look down." And I was like, what? What does that mean? Who is this? And yes, it was Rolf. And of course, he just wanted to say hello from the Okokweyo camp. And I really cannot wait to visit myself as well. I think it's definitely going to be wonderful. But I suspect by the time that I go, all of this will be over and done with. The Aptum stork movements. Sadly, but you never know. You never know. I'm planning on going to the Sabi Sand first before I go to this beautiful location, but you never know. Life doesn't always go according to plan, does it? One of my favorite sayings is stop penciling everything in your diary. The universe will make a mark with a pen when the time is right. And that's really, that's something I had to really teach myself, because we can always plan a lot of things, but it's not always going to go the way you plan it, whether it's work, personal life, family. And of course we see that with the animals every single day. We expect a lot of things. For me personally, I had no idea where the animals disappeared to. I didn't expect that. Generally when the storks take off, they'll sort of do that whole thermal thing, but they all took off, all of the animals, the storks, and they all left the waterhole. And I did glance around to see if I can see anything, but I didn't, so I don't know if there was perhaps just a loud sound at camp that they were not comfortable with. But luckily they are all returning. Polly, you would like to know what do birds do if they have indigestion? That's an interesting question. I'm not too sure. Because, it's not like, particularly, of course, with dogs and cats, domestic and wild, when they do want to get rid of some extra contents, they'll just feed on some grass. Because what if a bird is already a grass eater? But we do see from time to time that some birds and animals will feed on soil or small pebble rocks, and that actually helps them with their actual digestion. So that could be one of the things. But I've got a very funny picture in my mind now of a bird with a constipated bird, like walking around doing this sort of moaning and groaning sound. Mal is saying, imagine the panic in that poor bird's eyes. How funny would that not be? Sis, we're being very nasty to the animals. That truly is it's put a very, very funny picture in my mind now, thinking of all these storks. But look at them, they are being so neat and organized now. I've got OCD, so this is very pleasant for my eyes right now, that they are keeping the one side of the water hole clean and organized for the rest of the animals, as opposed to just landing in these lumps and all over the place. But very interesting. I wonder where all of them went now, including the animals. As you can see, it's really like, woo! Get me out of here! I bet you those storks are now gossiping, saying, ugh, how dramatic. Really, you can just walk through us, but no, you insist on bouncing around and announcing yourself and just being absolutely dramatic. Tina, you are saying it feels like the Abdams have been here forever. It does it not? And it literally has been a couple of weeks. I actually want to check what I'll do is I'll check my diary and see, the first time that we did see that one individual that I completely lost my mind and thought that in itself was impressive because I saw my first ever Abdam stork. And then, of course, the rest of them started coming in. They do follow the rain. I don't know what they've been following nowadays, but but yes, no, it's they've been here quite a while. But I'll check my diary now to see when it was that we saw that first individual. But it's definitely been a couple of weeks now. I can't find that exact day now. I think it was in December because my diary is just for this year. However, I can tell you that we saw our first baby springbok here on the 12th of January. I was very excited, even whilst writing it. But yes, it's definitely, I would say it's probably been 2 months that these storks have been around now. And if you're just joining us, thank you so much for joining us and welcome to the beautiful blue sunny Okokoyo in Namibia. Sadly, our storks have just taken off again. I don't know what's gotten into them today. Hopefully they will return. I will check the sky now to see if they are not busy circulating in the thermals. But we've had a wonderful day. We started Escape to Nature with some zebras, the storks, wildebeest, and then right after that we had a beautiful elephant bull in Djuma swimming. It really has had the time of his life. And then Rolf is back in Amakala. In Karega we've got Nick. He's checked out some buffaloes, as well as some eland. So it really has been a wonderful day. And of course we can't do any of this without you. We are live and we love interacting with you. So please do send through your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you would like us to look for. Perhaps you don't want me to look at the sky and you want me to tilt the camera a little bit to the left or to the right. You're more than welcome to let us know. But other than that, please do send through your questions, your comments, anything you may have for us, whether it's about the animals or for us as naturalists, or even about the locations. I'm not too sure where the storks went now. Just quickly bear with me. I'll get back to the animals at the waterhole now. I just want to see if we can see them soaring or if they've completely taken off now. Generally, if they are sticking around, you'll still see them in the sky lurking about like vultures looking for carcass. But it seems like they've left us for now. Being very dramatic today. But that's alright. We've got zebras, wildebeest, springbok, all of these animals hanging out for us. Riley, you are saying imagine the stars at night. Oh, that is one of the things I am most looking forward to. And I would love to hear, actual knowledge and more intel on astronomy. I know Ben loves astronomy, but I know the basics. I also really love getting into it, and of course, it's the proper way to do it is actually to do it out in the bush or out in the wild or even at the ocean. But nowadays, even when you do go to the ocean, there's so much light pollution. And Riley, that used to be one of my favorite things on safari is at the end of safari, just before you get to the lodge, or with a little bit of time left, you stop the car in the middle of nowhere and you literally say to the guest, all right, it's not compulsory, you are under no obligation, but I'm getting out of the vehicle now. If you'd like to, you can join me. Of course, you check the vicinity first, to see that you're not going to get chowed by a leopard or a lion. But just getting out of the vehicle, and then you switch off everything. The radio, because you don't want the light from the radio, the spotlight, the actual headlights from the car, the phones, everything. And you just look up, and I promise you, for the first 5 minutes at least, I'm always so mesmerized. And I've done it countless times, because I love astronomy. But sadly, I have not been able to do it in quite some time, because I am now city-bound, living in the city. But I cannot wait to get back to the bush and just to see the stars again. But yes, can you imagine, particularly here in Okokoyo, with all this open area, the vastness? Oh, I think it must be so incredible. Sophia, you are saying the coast is clear. Let's go to the waterhole. Yes, indeed. However, it's interesting. I mean, apart from that very dramatic springbok we just saw, it's very interesting to see how patient and tolerant the animals are with the storks, and the storks with them. How do they know that is not a bird of prey, or that is not something that is potentially going to want to hunt their lambs or feed on their carcass or anything like that? They are so relaxed with them. But yes, the animals do definitely take their chances. I was having a good giggle at the giraffes the other day, because the giraffes were very cautious in terms of giving the storks their space. And I really always say that I think that giraffes are not always fully aware on how big they are, and how much presence they actually carry when they are walking around. But hopefully we'll have some more animals that say the coast is clear and come along. That will be wonderful. I wish all of you actually had access to hearing Mel in my ear right now. It was hilarious. She had just sang me a song about checking out Djuma. So Mel, just for you, let's go to Djuma. So it's been fairly calm at Djuma in terms of, actual mammal sightings. Apart from the beautiful elephant we had this morning, we've had some impalas hang around. This one impala seems very confused in life. I think that's what I look like sometimes. But you can see it is a beautiful Impala ram. Joined by a few others. So you can see there's actually an actual difference between the horns. The one with the fewer curves in the horns is a younger male. And as they, because you can imagine, Impala is not going to be born with its horns. That will not be very comfortable for the mother, to say the least. So as they grow older, they get their horns, and generally here from 6 years old, they'll probably get actual curvation or curves in the horns. And as they grow older, then of course, it will develop a little bit more. However, that being said, it's not like an elephant tusk. It can't constantly grow. Of course, it's different materials as well. An elephant tusk is literally a modified tooth, whereas this is keratin. But eventually it does stop. But this male with his rear end towards us is a rather impressive male. You can see he's got the most development in his horns. And they really are beautiful animals, I know we often say this on Wild Earth, but for me particularly, I love spending time with impalas. I can literally spend a lot of time with them on safari, just observing them, particularly with this time coming up. Within the next month or so, they'll be going through serious rutting and chasing each other around and chasing the females around. And it's going to get very, very, very interesting. It's very windy. Very, very windy. But hopefully that will bode well for us for sunset safari, in terms of perhaps some predators or perhaps some more swimming elephants. It is a little bit trickier with the smaller things like creepy crawlies and critters and all of that. But you never know. I mean, I'm sure many of you have seen Taylor, Lauren, even when the wind is profusely blowing the animals away. That poor chameleon or that poor grasshopper or mantis or whatever it is, they really, really hang on for dear life. So you never know. Just like anything else. Sometimes we expect a wonderful safari filled with a lot of things when the sun is shining, and then the complete opposite happens. So I guess you'll really just have to join us this afternoon to see what we shall see. I just quickly want to have a look around, see what else is around Gowrie Dam. And again, it seems calm and quiet and all of that. But you never know what really is happening out here. I wonder if Hlalamba is still around. I wonder where that elephant bull from this morning has gone. But just beyond all of the big things, how many interactions are not happening right now between butterflies and birds and so many of these other animals? Just quickly bear with me. This white thing in the bush, I thought it was a leopard tail, and I thought, no, but why there? How? Do all of you see that? It seems like a leopard that's jumping around. I know it's a little bit high, but alas, it's just a tree blowing around. Got very excited there for a moment.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, But we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
Well, I don't see any birdies right now, but speaking of birds, I think let's go over to Okokoyo, as it seems the storks are on the move again. Woo! I nearly did a face palm there, cause they took off and they completely went out of the frame, and I thought, oh gosh, it's going to be one of those moments where I get very excited for something to happen on the dam cam and the animals disappear, like they generally do when the year is coming over live to a location. But I do just want to show you, and this is what I was referring to earlier on, this is a general movement from the Abdom storks. Particularly, ooh, you can just see the shadows. How cool is that? Particularly when they are stationed at a waterhole for the day and they sort of just stick around there, hang out. Then generally during midday, they will take up and they will sort of just circle the area, come back down to the waterhole. But what they've been doing today is very odd. Not necessarily for the Abdom storks, but just in terms of what we've been seeing at this waterhole particularly. So it's almost like they are taking off completely and then they come back again. And again, that might be due to the fact that there's no rain around, because these guys follow the rain. They follow water and they follow insect outbreaks, because that is what they feed on. And you can imagine right now there is not a lot for them to feed on. In Djuma they would have a feast. But unfortunately they are struggling a little bit. So we'll just give it a little bit of time. Perhaps they come back. I'm just scared we might go back to another location and then then they come back. Because it's very, very interesting to see when they actually come in for landing and when they all take off. I really do pity this area right now. It is so, so dry and dull. Nico, you would like to know, does that mean that the storks will move off soon? Yes. So, again, this is my suspicion, and this is actually my first time dealing with them for myself in real time, or in real life, I should say. I've actually never before seen Abdom storks in my life, and so not today is the first time that I'm seeing them. I just mean in terms of these flocking behaviors and everything that we are seeing. This is a first for me as well. But my suspicion is that they are now, you can imagine how hot it is right now, and I'm surprised they have not started doing this sooner. But right now it's around 32 to 34 degrees Celsius in Okukoyo, which is hot. It's not the hottest that it's been, but it is fairly hot. And a black bird, you can imagine, just like when we wear black, it attracts the heat. So I'm assuming, due to the fact that this water hole is becoming very, very low now, there is no insects around for them, because where would the insects come from unless they are all really actively looking? But it is difficult because it's so dry right now. And so I think that is why they have been doing these frequent movements today, where generally we see it like once a day. But today has been very, very busy for them in terms of taking off and then coming back. I don't know if they think we would have, I don't know, perhaps ordered insects for them in the meantime. But that's my suspicion. What's your suspicion? What do you think they are up to? And again, anything out here, yes, we can observe them. We can read a lot about them, whether it's about elephants or lions or storks or antelope. And you can research anything nowadays, let's be honest, on the internet, in a book. But at the end of the day, the only time you're really going to learn is by observing yourself and by getting involved yourself, which is of course what we're doing now. I was I can't remember what the particular thing is what they refer to, but this morning they were talking about AI, which is of course artificial intelligence, and the fact that technology is now so advanced, you literally just have to type in two words or 3 words for the prompt, and then it'll give you a whole essay about whatever you are researching. However, that being said, they did quite a few tests, and there were so many inaccurate things given through as well. So that's why I always say, when it comes to animals, yes, it's good to have the background, it's good to know the basics and all of that. But for me, the best time and the best manner to learn is by listening and observing. I've always been that way. I can literally write an exam after sitting in class, listening to the teacher and watching something, as opposed to reading it in a book, which I generally have to do 3 or 4 times. But this really is the best education there will ever be. And how lucky are we just to be able to educate it like this? And when I say educated, I don't mean me and Nick and Rolf telling you things, just being able to watch these animals, learn from them, learn about them. Mel, are you sure you just had coffee this morning? Mel is saying we are going to send you over to Amakalala to see what Rolf is up to.
So, Lisa, very interesting there about the Abdom stalks there at Okokoyo. Currently where we are here in Amakhala, beautiful greenery. We've had lots of rain here in the last while, and the buffalo are out on the plains enjoying the grazing. One of these very highly dependent on water species, being the buffalo, so much so that you won't find them where there's not permanent water, such as a place like Etosha National Park. But what you do find there now, which is rather incredible, especially once there is heavy rains, and having just passed through there just over a week ago, there is water that sits in the pan itself, in the old watercourse of the Kunene River. And currently, with them having had so much rain, there's nesting flamingos and Abdom storks. So they do sort of migrate across and go and drink at Okokoyo, but a lot of nesting activity further to the east. And it was about 10 years ago, while I was there as well, while I was permanently in Namibia, they had a decent amount of rain, but they didn't have the normal average that fills up that old watercourse, which sits close to the Namatoni camp and up north from there towards Twee Palms, or Two Palms, where there aren't any palms anymore. They've actually died, but there were historically two palms that were there out in the open. And in that particular area, the pelicans, it's not the pelicans, sorry, I was thinking of them. The flamingos would come and nest there. But on that particular year, they didn't have a substantial amount of rain. They had some. And so when the flamingos go down, they actually make a nest out of the mud. And they sort of form it up into a bowl. And it's in the water that they do this. So they sort of make these little islands. And then obviously the animals or the chicks are protected by the water. So the animals don't really walk out to where they are on these little islands. And on this particular year, there wasn't enough water. So there wasn't enough food for the adults. And eventually the adults all left, shame, after these chicks had hatched. And all the chicks perished because they got stuck in the mud. Because the water wasn't there anymore, and so it was a very tragic, sad occurrence that I witnessed there on that particular year. This year, however, there is and has been a substantial amount of rain. They nest there, and then very interesting indeed is that going south from there, it's Sossusvlei, where the famous dead vlei and hidden vlei, and where the Tsochab River sort of is met by the Dune Sea and the largest dunes in the world. The flamingos also go down there and have been known to nest as well as feed in the Sossusvlei itself, and with the Tsochab River feeding it. And this year they have had good flow all the way into the dunes there, and they also had the water arriving right down into Sossusvlei. As the name suggests, dead vlei has been blocked by another dune, so the water doesn't go round there anymore, and so has left this very pristine, immaculate, beautiful, especially photography, dead lake that has all the old dead acacia trees, now Vachilia, but when they were alive, they were called acacias. So I think I'll stick to that because respecting them, but they've been dead for hundreds of years, and because there's no microorganisms, because it's so dry, they've almost sort of fossilized in this beautiful dead vlei that is surrounded by some of the largest dunes in the world. And so it is absolutely amazing. But just taking that story down from Etosha all the way down into the dunes there, and the bird life that does sort of migrate and shift between them. Here where we are, there's not really that much in the way of forcing animals to migrate because it's just so lush. They don't need to go anywhere. If anything, naturally, animals would be migrating into these parts. Because of the high carrying capacity, because we're in the Cape Floral Kingdom, there is an immense amount of different plant life and food for herbivores. So this, in ancient terms, would have been a hotspot for wildlife. Herbivores migrating here, such as buffalo, and then the predators would obviously follow. So this is probably one of the most productive regions or systems within the southern African region by far. And obviously when the 1820 settlers arrived, they recognized this, and that's why a lot of farming activity obviously resulted in decimation of a lot of natural species. And now we're sort of going on a complete circle where we're trying to return, and the wonderful landowners returning these parts to their former glory and allowing the wildlife to once again reproduce and take up the space that was taken by the farmers, livestock and agriculture. So a nice roundabout. But it's not without influence of humans and their farming activities, as we do see we don't get vultures here, for instance, and obviously not many leopards to speak of. And the ones that are here are very silent, as the evolution has sort of pushed them that way. But these buffalo also quite special in that traditionally resistant to TB, foot and mouth disease, so would be termed disease-free buffalo. And so a couple of years ago there were also some of the most highly prized of the bovine wild buffalo species, and so the price of them was very high, and so a lot of the farmers and wilderness reserve owners in these parts were breeding them because they were getting massive amounts in return for them, and so they were using it to sort of fund their going concerns, because it really brought in a lot of money. In the last couple of years, however, the price has dropped because of the increase in supply from so many farmers recognizing the demand for them. But there is still quite a big market for these particular disease-free buffalo. But, as I say, supply and demand, there's lots of breeders of them as well. So, not so, or they're not so expensive to acquire anymore. So these ones have just been let to go free on the reserve, and they're not going to be part of the breeding project anymore. But it's nice to see them out in their normal natural habitat, and they do fall foul to the lions every now and then, although these lions, they seem to sort of go for a lot of warthogs and whatever presents itself, and you do know that buffalo are quite a risky affair. So I think these lions have decided that with there being so much other food available, they're not really specializing in buffalo, as you might expect in areas like the Lowveld and in the northwest, Madikwe type. That's where big animal, big food, it's a decent risk to take. So anyway, the buffalo spend big parts of their day grazing, but then they'll also have to spend a similar amount of time lying down and ruminating, which we see some of them doing now. So you find them going through this rhythm of grazing for a few hours, and then resting up for a few hours, and then they go to drink, maybe wallow, and they repeat. So that's generally the days and the way they spend their hours and the life of a buffalo. Feed, ruminate, drink, sleep, repeat. But if you're in an area as a buffalo, or being a buffalo, where there's a lot or a big concentration of lions, you'd be on your toes a lot more than these guys are. But it's nice for them to have this kind of sanctuary where there are lions, but it's not highly concentrated as you might find in some other areas or different national parks. But that's not to say that they can completely drop their guard, because you never know when the lion's lying around nearby. So we are here in the Bushman's River Basin. It's a beautiful spot. It's the first time Mpho has been here, and he was commenting on how beautiful it is, having seen it for the first time. Sometimes you take it for granted when you're in different areas and you spend a lot of time there. You forget how amazing it actually is. And I've spent quite a bit of time here over the years, and so it's nice to get a reminder from somebody that's seeing it for the first time. I'm hoping that we get a lot more rain in the years and days ahead, because it would be lovely to see the Bushman's River flowing again in these parts, in this basin itself. When I first came here, they were even offering boat trips on a big barge in the river, and we used to fish on the banks and catch catfish. We used to swim in the river and all sorts, and now it is a dry, dusty, reed-filled haven, and the elephants walk down in that sort of a dry area. It's nice in the shade, etc., but there's not a drop of water down there. I'm sure there is some underground, but it's not flowing, and so it would be lovely if the rain continued and we see that flow once more. This is in the upper reaches of the Bushman's River. So obviously, being a tidal river down at the ocean, it runs into the sea. In those parts where the ocean affects it, obviously it's full of water. But here in the further upper reaches, it's completely dried up. So it would be nice to see it return to its former glory. And we can go fishing and swimming again in the river, especially when it's very hot, like it can be in December, January. So we're on a nice little viewpoint here, so we can see the buffalo. I can also see a giraffe. I don't know if you see it there, Mpho. If you want to pan across to that. We were chatting about the giraffe earlier and how they drink. I don't know if that one is drinking. I think it might be. There's a lot of these sort of little pans around that the animals do drink from. It can be created from something as simple as, and this is the succession of things of how they get created. You can have a little bird bath, a dust bath, that is created by a guinea fowl that makes a little open patch of soil, and with a sort of scratching around like guinea fowl do, they make a little bit of dust on the surface there, and then it's good for them. And then you might have a warthog that comes afterwards and goes in that. And then there's the likes of zebra and wildebeest that will go and also roll in it, especially if it's a lovely, nice, soft, dusty substrate. And that little dust wallow, this doesn't have any water in it at that time, gets rained on and it makes a little pool. Then you have the warthogs returning to wallow in the mud. And then you have the likes of buffalo and rhino that will go and wallow in it as well, and then it gets a lot bigger. Eventually you have elephants that go and sort of kick the mud around so that they throw it then, on their bellies, on their backs, behind their ears. And so the succession of that then grows from a little bird bath into quite a substantial waterhole for the animals. And so it's just interesting to note that something as simple as a guinea fowl scratching on the surface could eventually result in something that the elephants will benefit from. I think that giraffe was having a drink, and it's in those little holes, as I've been speaking of. But it's wonderful at this time of the day. Months ago, I was sweating. It was almost unbearable. But now, a month or two later, and nice and comfortable, and slowly heading towards winter. Melvin, that's a good question. If we had to take direct line to the ocean, so as the crow flies, so straight from where we are sitting, and we are probably in the central part of the reserve, I would put it at between 20 and 30 kilometers. Not that far. If we have to take the road, it's probably closer to 50, but in that region. So we do get a reasonable effect from the ocean itself, but we also have the effect of the inland where we're a little bit closer to the Karoo here as well. So we get a little bit of a sort of semi-arid and subtropical convergence, and that's why it's very interesting that on the reserve itself we have the sandy side, more Karoo-like in its nature, and then this sort of basin with the Bushman's River influence coupled with the ocean breeze, where it's more subtropical. So it's a very interesting area to be in. Where Nick is near at Kariega, he's probably, as the crow flies, within 10 kilometers from the sea. So he's at least half the distance that we are. And there you get a much more bigger feel of the ocean and that ocean breeze and the salty air. And you can actually smell the beach, especially when the swell is big. Or you have a big sea and also a full moon, so spring tide, and the wind blows on shore. You really feel the ocean there, and the Kariega River obviously also tidal right up into the reserve as well. Here, as I've mentioned, it's not included in the tidal influence of the Bushman's River. And remember that the Kariega River arrives at the Kariega Game Reserve, and the Bushman's River arrives here into the Amakhala Game Reserve. That's if I say you're going upstream. But the arrival at the ocean of the Kariega River and the Bushman's River, they're both within, I think they're only about 4 or 5 kilometers apart, maybe even less, at the town of Kenton-on-Sea. So either side of the town, on the sort of northeastern side, you have the Kariega arriving, and on the southwestern side, you have the Bushman's River arriving. So it's very interesting to watch as a viewer and see the difference between Kariega Game Reserve and Amakhala Game Reserve, where we're a little bit further away from the ocean and a little bit closer to the Karoo. Where we have that convergence of, as I say, subtropical and arid to semi-arid mixture or convergence. Both game reserves form part of the Albany Thicket. So quite a lot of similar bird life, similar animal or mammal life, but you do pick up a bit of the difference with the flora, especially when we head into the western parts of the Amakhala Game Reserve. You have that a much bigger feeling of the Karoo that's coming in there, and a lot more sandy. You don't get that in the Kariega Game Reserve. So just a little bit of the difference there. And the animals obviously move in the Amakhala Game Reserve according to the conditions a little bit more in terms of those different regions. Whereas on the Kariega Game Reserve, it's all very much of a similar standing. So the animals just literally move in terms of the weather conditions and where they're going to potentially find shelter, or if it's, from the wind, the rain, or the sun. And that's when you then either find them out on the plain or deep within the valleys. But the plant life is not really restricted or found on any particular part of the reserve. It's sort of pretty well spread. Whereas here, with us having different kind of conditions on different parts of the reserve, the animals will access different parts accordingly as it changes through the seasons as well. And it's wonderful to see how green it is here. But as we've seen it changing through the seasons, it's a little bit. It's the shade of green changes here in the Eastern Cape. It's always there. So even when there's little to no rain, it's still green. And people always comment on how green it is. There must have been so much rain. But us as locals, we can see that it's actually very dry, even though it's green, because it remains as such. But when you move to, right to the extreme at Okukuyu, in Etosha National Park, you'll see there in the dry months, it's completely white with that calcrete rocks, etc., around the Okukuyu waterhole. Now, they've had rain, it is sprung into life, and it's green there. And mostly that grass that you see with the silver sort of seeds on top, that is Bushman grass or Stipagrostis, and it completely changes the outlook of the and the look of the entire area. As soon as it rains, it changes from white to green. So it's not a different shade of green; it's a completely different color altogether. And with that, I used to walk in Damaraland where it was reds and blacks and whites from all the rocks, etc., and there's not a sign of plant life. And as soon as it rains, it changes exactly like it has at Okukuyu to that real green color. And I used to know that place backwards, but after it had rained and it had changed from those normal colors to completely green everywhere, I almost could not recognize where I was. So it actually changed my navigation. For walking the guests on foot, I had to look at different kinds of landmarks as opposed to the tracks that I used to walk, etc. And it just looked like a completely different place. And with it being in a super arid region, you'll find that the life cycle of a lot of animals and plants are extremely short. So it rains, and a lot of them within a month or two have completed their life cycle, from with the plant seed to growth and then to reproduction, and with the animals as well. So whether it's frogs or beetles, etc., they've got that month's period where it's going to be wet to complete their entire life cycle. So it's very, very interesting, especially in those desert special places, to see that life cycles and how just entire terrains change literally overnight.
To wrap up our compelling World Wildlife Day celebration, we are sitting down to share a fireside chat. Join James, Steve, and ex-Springbok rugby player and conservationist Joe Peterson as they discuss this year's theme, Partnership in Conservation. They will be taking an in-depth look at each of the charities that joined us on safari and discussing useful ways that we can uplift one another. Come along as we make a difference together.
So I'm pretty sure as the day is heating up a little bit, as I say, it's not as hot as it was, but it is still getting to the peak hours of the day. And these buffalo have been doing some grazing. They've been ruminating, and they are making their way over to the waterhole. I'm pretty sure that they're going to have a drink and most likely a wallow. That is their kind of rhythm and what they do on a daily basis. You'll see there at the Kariega Game Reserve, unless there's really adverse weather or it's raining, etc. Nick will tell you that those buffalo, especially when it's hot, you have this sort of rotation between the rhino and the buffalo, who's going to get prime spot in the mud wallow spa. And that's normally around these time of the day, and I think he had them a little bit earlier. So it seems like our buffalo like it a little bit later, but they are indeed real spa enthusiasts. They love going down for their mud treatment, and I think that's where they're headed to now. It helps them cool off, especially when it's getting warmer. And it does help as well for parasites, because it sort of suffocates the ticks and so on that are on them. So when they rub off the mud that has encased the ticks and parasites themselves, they generally go with the mud. And so it does help relieve them a little bit from those pesky ticks. And if you've ever been bitten by a tick, you know how itchy it can become. And if you're a buffalo, you might not be able to reach all those parts, which they are very itchy. So, while these buffalo now head on down towards the waterhole and their daily spa session, I wonder which animals are having exactly the same in Etosha.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, it is still pretty busy here. Ooh, we just had a kudu and there's another one. However, our storks have not fully returned yet. So not too sure what is happening. But as you say, and as I've been saying for days, rain affects absolutely everything. And I mean particularly with the animals, it affects their movements, their resources, how far they now have to move to get to the next waterhole, to get to food. So I suspect the storks may have now perhaps just moved to a different waterhole or area just to seek some water and insects. Hopefully they will find what they are looking for. But yes, glad you experienced so much rain on your trip. However, here at this specific waterhole, we have not nearly had enough yet. But we'll get there, hopefully. Fingers crossed, we'll be fine. Only time will tell. But again, these animals are resilient. They will push through, they will survive. And as always, they adapt and they acclimate to their situation and their circumstances, which is really, really incredible. Particularly now, I don't know if I'd want to live here. A few weeks back when it was still lush and green and fluffy, yes, absolutely. I would even sleep on the grass. But right now, perhaps not. I don't know what all of you think, but that is just my take on it. Just trying to see if we've got any movement from any more other animals coming, such as a rhino again, or perhaps some wildebeest. That herd of wildebeest we saw this morning was really incredible, with the vocalization and all of the calves amongst them.
Well, with rhinos in the park, it all depends in what mood they are in. But overall, if you have really got into their fight zone, they will charge. But overall, they are very shy.
And as always, I do apologize if you hear some additional voices. Those are just the visitors to Okokoyo, much like Rolf himself a while back.
But overall, rhinos
And it's really incredible. There's an actual viewing area at the camp itself where you can go sit under a roof and check out all the animals. But right around the actual fence line, there are chairs all over. So you can literally at any time of the day, you can go sit and just enjoy everything that we see around.
Yeah, my friend, she was saying that one of the cranes is a little bit less aggressive and one's is more like
well, the black is much more calm, I would say, but overall, at the end of the day, still so it's just a Mamiso tree. Gonna pass the beer until it becomes a little bit cooler, or otherwise it's probably over gonna come in and
See, I'm so sorry for this. Could we perhaps go to Juma? There's some Impala alarm calling and they just bolted. Sorry about that. Woo, there goes a waterbuck as well. Where's your baby? Oh my goodness. So they were Impala Rams alarm calling, and we've got one of our awesome zoomies helping out again. But they were alarm calling and constantly looking into the drainage. So it might be a leopard. It could potentially be Tlalamba that was around this morning. We will just have to keep an eye open. I'm just worried about that waterbuck now. Why did you run out by yourself? Where is our baby waterbuck? I don't know if any of you remember this morning when we did have that elephant bull swimming. I mentioned some vervet alarm calling. And of course, you know, we did know that we had a leopard around this morning, but you never know if they stick around. But there's definitely something in that drainage. Alice, you are saying, come out, Lalamba. You're a kitty kitty. There's definitely something around, and the fact that that waterbuck obviously bolted, the impalas were alarm calling. I just need to know where's the baby waterbuck. If that female was by herself, if she hasn't given birth yet, or if it's one of our females with the tiny waterbucks. I think let's just take a minute or two. I just want to see if there's any calling, distress calling, any alarm calling. Oh, Wendy, you are not making this easy for us. I want to say I hear something, but I can't exactly tell with the wind. I'm literally just waiting for a leopard to pounce out of the of the drainage line and come onto the dam wall, come for a drink. The waterbuck is still around. I'm not too sure if the impala's completely left. You never know. We'll just have a look around. If it was a leopard and it actually attempted to hunt on something while it was on the move, it will most probably continue moving. But I mean, if you're considering the time of day, the temperatures, it might be a little bit hot. However, there is of course the wind, which will provide a breeze, so you never know. Literally just checking for a twitch or movement or anything really. We know that leopards are so elusive, and again, we don't know what's happening. I suspect it's Tlalamba that was around earlier on, but it could have been nothing, you know. Sometimes animals are even more on edge because of the wind. Good afternoon, grey heron. You don't seem too bothered about anything right now. Come on, kitty kitty. And remember, if you see anything that you think I may have missed, let me know. I'm just making sure there is not perhaps anything moving around that we might potentially be missing. And this really is the thing about, again, if it is a leopard. But leopards are not only brilliant when it comes to camouflaging, but their social structure is just so fascinating. It really is incredible when you think about having to take down an animal and you live by yourself. Yes, there are probably more pros to it than cons, but I really think it must be so challenging. It's not like a lion pride where you've got other ones or other members that actually have your back in terms of hunting, in terms of defending the pride or defending you if something happens. They really have to do it all alone. And I've seen some brutal footage of leopards being taken down by lions, leopards being taken down by hyenas. So it really is difficult for them out here. But that being said, they are brilliant with what they do with their camouflage, not just for us as humans, but to other animals as well. I don't know if you remember a couple of weeks back when James had the Pride of Lions, and I think it was Marips that was literally in the sighting just on the other side of a termite mound, and he just sort of got off and he walked around, and eventually a lioness picked up scent. And I remember James got so upset. He called my reps a stupid cat because, we get so worried, but they really just they camouflage themselves very well. They can move around without you even knowing. I've been in many a leopard sighting where you either initially find it moving or your colleagues do, but eventually, when you get to that sighting and that animal's then in a tree or lying down, for the life of you, you would not have known it's there had you not seen it moving. But we'll definitely keep an eye on this area. I definitely do believe there is something in this drainage line. And perhaps if it's a leopard, it is still around. Perhaps it's moved off already once the waterbuck and the impalas actually spotted it. But we will just have to be patient. There's definitely alarm calling from vervet monkeys. I know it's very tricky with the wind. I'm going to keep quiet for a moment, just so you can all hear. And of course they are quiet now. But there was definitely, it's far away, but there is definitely a vervet monkey alarm calling every now and again. But I will keep my eyes peeled and see if I can find anything here. For now, I'm going to send you over to Cedric, who is in Madikwe with my favorite animals.
Yes, Lisa, I'm hoping that you come right there. I'm hoping that old Columba does come down there to Djuma Dam and you can get to see her. But as you can see, I've got such a beautiful herd of elephants that's come down to a watering hole here at Madikwe. And it's a beautiful day in Madikwe. It is not too cold, it's not too hot. A little bit of cloud cover, but it's a lovely day. But look at that little one. Oh, it's so sweet. I love it, and just there's so many elephants here at Madikwe, and it's so nice just to see this interaction. And look at that big male coming through. But yeah, well, I am very happy to be this side in the northwest in Madikwe area. So I am absolutely excited to be this side and getting to see new animals and new birds. But yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera here, we've got Igor. So, whoops. So yes, it's going to be fantastic. And what a way to start. I mean, what a fantastic way to start. Just watching these elephants chasing one another. A couple of young males are causing a little bit of havoc here with some of the females. Oh, looks like he's got some bird droppings on his head. Looks like a bird dropping, is it? Or is it just no, it's just a wet mud, sorry. I think the sun is just pretty much bouncing off his skin there because of all the mud that's sitting on the side. But yes, it's lovely being this side. It's, as I say, it is so nice just to sit back here at these watering holes and just to take a look at all these animals coming down, and especially these big herds of elephants. And I suggest that, as I said, the interaction is absolutely amazing. But yeah, you can see some of the females around here. Nice big, look at a nice big herd of the youngster just to the right there. But there's also some big males here. Yellow duck, good afternoon or good morning or wherever you are watching from. Thank you so much. Yes, Igor and myself here at Madikwe, definitely a surprise. As I said, I am definitely so amped being out this side and taking a look at this new area. I have been in Madikwe 2 years ago, but just for a couple of weeks. So I didn't have really a long stint in this area, but it's nice just to be here now and to come and see what we can find around this side. So, and I'm hoping to see some things, of course, like the brown hyena that I know Ben and Lauren got to see. Brown hyenas around this area, so I'm hoping that we can get to see that as well. But yeah, but as I said, what a nice way to just enjoy sitting at the pan, watching these elephants, just enjoying a little bit of a mud bath. Some of them having a bit of a drink. As I said, the afternoon is not that hot. I mean, it's not like where I'm actually sweating or anything like that. It's really a pleasant afternoon. But of course, these elephants, a lot of flapping of the ears. You can see the elephant right in the back end, also just keeping cool, and of course got a very kind of, there's a lot of water that's sitting on the side. Of course, had a nice mud bath here, so of course keeping its skin nice and fresh for the afternoon. But oh, look at this little one, Ellie. Oh, he wants a drink, Mom. He wants a drink. Mom's like, no. That is so cute. Well, of course, that's the one maybe about a year old. You can see just about touching Mom's belly. So that's usually you can put about a year old. Oh, yeah, it looks like some young males are causing a little bit of a disturbance here amongst the herd. And that's why many times you'll get those young males getting pushed out of these bigger herds. They just become too aggressive with the youngsters, and of course these females do not tolerate them. Oh, big male there. But yeah, no, definitely I think Igor and myself have been talking. We can't wait to get around Madikwe and to take a look at all these areas. Harold, good afternoon. Thank you for asking that question. Do pregnant females ask, or do they crave certain, can I say, fruits or grasses or certain things when they're pregnant? Harold, I'm not too sure. Very difficult to say if that does happen, Harold, because I mean, if it's a female that's pregnant, she's eating anything, pretty much all the fruits, the marulas, of course, up there at Djuma, it's dropping all the fruits at the moment. You know, even the males are eating those fruits, so I don't think the females, when they are pregnant, that they do crave anything like that. So I think anything goes. A little young male to the right there. So, it's one thing I love about these breeding herds of elephants. It's just the bond is so strong between the individuals, and many times a lot of kind of, you know, I'm gonna say interaction between them, and the females are very protective over them. So it's so stunning just to watch that. And of course, a lot of crows. Looks like the pied crows in the back end there as well. Just all sitting in that dead tree far in the back end. But yeah, it's quite nice just to see them around as well. And just like I know there at Djuma and in the Kruger National Park, it's you always find when you find like a lot of vultures and that's pretty much our indicators when they're circling and coming down for, of course, if there's something that's dead there. And I know apparently at Madikwe, a lot of guides told me, yeah, that they actually use the pied crows as the indicator. So they start seeing them like sitting. Of course, we had a pair now, so I think that's the reason why they're there for now. But if it's like somewhere further in the bush, and you see a lot of them flying above, or a lot of them sitting in the trees and going down to the ground, then you know maybe there could be something that's dead in that area. So it's just scavenging on carcasses. Jerome, yes, so well, look at how matriarchs react to one another when they do see or when they do bump into each other. Well, Jerome, you'll find many times that if, for instance, a herd is sitting here at the dam now, of course, a breeding herd, and they're finishing up whatever, matriarch has decided to move off away from this pan, and then another herd is coming to and going to pretty much bump into them. Many times there will be a lot of rumbling and, there's a lot of communication. And then sometimes you can actually hear that rumble because, yes, the communication is very low. We only hear about 5% of it. The rest of it, the frequency is too low and we just cannot pick up on that. Oh, sorry, that's just something that walked right past me here. And sometimes we don't hear it. But if, of course, those two herds do bump into each other, then you'll find a lot of communication, a lot of sniffing. The trunks are like kind of put up in the air, picking up on the scent, and yeah, then they just move on. There's no kind of territorial battles or anything like that. It's not like lions and leopards, where of course they are territorial. Yeah, look at this big male. So he just came right past us. So I was busy talking about the whole thing about the matriarch. That male just snuck up behind us and walked right past. They're so silent. It's amazing. Such a big animal, and they're so silent with all that cushioning, of course, underneath the foot itself. Stealthy animals. Just like that I was talking about with the cooling of the trunk, you can see how that one's called the trunk now. So that's when usually when the matriarchs and when the herds do bump into each other, many times they'll pick up their trunks like that and just sniff and just pick up on what they're smelling and what's approaching them. But I love it. Just sitting like this and you actually watch, these herds and how the matriarch interacts with its herd. And when when she communicates, how the whole herd actually just respects her, the decision. And then, of course, when she moves, they move with her. Oh, that one's missing a little bit of her tail, is it? No. Almost looked like it's missing a bit of the tail there. I can still see a little bit of hairs at the end. Well, it's missing a few hairs on the tip of its tail. That's about it. But you also see the different coloration. So you see the one on the left, quite kind of a reddish color to it. The other one on the right that we're following now, got that very kind of a typical gray coloration to them. Of course, that's all due to sandbathing and, of course, mud bathing, like wallowing in the mud and all that, and using certain different soil types around the reserve itself. So some areas is very kind of clayish, some areas it's got that typical black cotton soil, the very dark one, and then you get areas that's got much more like kind of iron, like very rich in iron, and it's a very, very like a red tinge to the soil. So, and of course, it depends on the areas that they've just come from and the areas that they utilized as this, like for bathing, of course, and that puts the color on them. But that's not really different kinds of different, how can I say, species of elephants. Jessica, no, not that what I've seen so far, I say it's the same. I don't know. Maybe that's my personal opinion. Elephants here in Madikwe, same sizes. I mean, you see some of the elephants in the Kruger National Park. I mean, that's a greater Kruger Park. So that's the Sabi Sands with the Kruger Park and all that around those areas. And I mean, I've seen huge male elephants outside, especially in the northern areas and that. So, and I've seen some big boys here now as well, some big bulls. And to me, I don't know, to me they're very much the same size, 6 ton, proper size, 6 ton male elephant. With the females as well, maybe a good 4.5 tons size. So, no, I think they're pretty much the same weight, same size. Looking at the tusks itself, now the tusks is a different thing. Maybe I've seen 1 or 2 males tusks here that's very thick, nice and thick tusks here, but not long. Maybe there could be big tusks here. Have you seen eagle?
As you say, very thick.
Yeah, very thick. Yeah, not long, but very thick and like a strong look to those tusks of these Madikwe elephants. Just taking a look. Oh, this one's got definitely quite a wet face. He's just finished his mud bath. He seems like he's going to feel nice and cool for the afternoon. There's another one that's just bathing, but it's just difficult to see there. Just inside the water, you'll just see one's just starting to throw some mud on him. Back in there. Oh, 4x4 there. Come on, you can get out there. You can do it. But look at that scenery. Look at that beautiful mountain, that backdrop, and these elephants at the pan. Very big open fields. Something that I'm not used to. Djuma is very much savanna woodlands. It's a very thick, dense vegetation. Hey, and then we've got a buffalo that's just joined us as well. Looks like a good old single Cape buffalo. This is kind of. Hello. All right. Oh, do you have the big five here? But of course, a Cape buffalo by itself like that, you know, first of all, you can say that is a male, a big bull. Of course, your females will be in those big breeding herds, those big herds that tend to come wandering through. Oh, what is the elephant's going to chase? He's like, he wants to chase that big, no, he wants to chase the pied crow there. I thought he was going to go and chase that male buffalo. Look, if I was that male buffalo, I would definitely rather step back and not compete with the elephant. The elephant's definitely way bigger, much stronger as well. Wow, how active was this pan? This has been, how can I say, this has been just a treasure. What a find, just to see these pans and so active and so much wildlife coming through here. I think a person can really sit here for days. Oh, and we've got even a giraffe on the right as well. So look at that, we've got a female giraffe. That's just now, well, I say female, definitely you can see those horns or the ossicones. It's situated right on top of the head. You can see very, very thin. And of course, the giraffe feeling very safe here, not too perturbed by any predators at this point in time. Yes, Elaine, definitely. I think the elephants definitely held a welcoming party for Igor and myself. I fully agree with you, Elaine. I think it was, what a way to come back into the bush and spend some time with these magnificent animals, and so many of them, and so much interaction. It's like there's so much chasing happening around with these youngsters, and it's eating, they were spraying themselves with mud. So yes, it's definitely something that look at that. You don't even know where to look. It's like everything's just happening all over the show. But yeah, Igor's doing once again a fantastic job behind the camera, just keeping up with all the action here as well. So, and of course there's impala far in the background. I mean, like what, 4 or 5 different species around here, just in a matter of a half an hour. Oh, this is incredible. Oh. These ones. But yeah, I see caking its body with mud. Of course, during this time of the day with caking its body like that, it's nice just to kind of keep it nice. You know, the skin protected from the sun, of course, from the parasites. Of course, anything like your ticks and your fleas, it's situated on their skin. Of course, that mud just cakes their skin and like dries up, and then it suffocates any kind of parasite that's underneath the mud. And sometimes you'll find that the elephants will go and rub against the trees just to kind of, how can I say, pull those parasites off with the mud. Oh, a little bit of sparring, a little bit of young sparring happening. Definitely a lot of enjoyment here with these elephants for the afternoon. I almost said morning. I was stuck between the morning and the afternoon there. But it's also just nice to see him tall, such a big, tall female. Nice tall. But yes, well, look, we were on for a short period, but definitely we will be around once again for our sunset safari. And I'm hoping that we are going to see some more action and some more amazing animal interaction from Madikwe side. And of course, that'll be for our sunset safari at 3:30. But yeah, thank you so much for all the comments and the questions that has been sent through over the last half an hour, and actually for Escape to Nature. I really do appreciate it. And hopefully that everybody had a wonderful time watching all these amazing African animals of ours. But yes, from Igor and myself and from the Wild Earth team, have a wonderful day further.